person who is educated is the one who has learned how to learn and change, Carl Rogers. Good morning to the second session of our International English Language Convention 2024, Edutainment and Project-Based Language Instruction, a hybrid design for reframing real-world language use. Today's speech presentations will cover topics like relationship between verbal and nonverbal signals in oral interactions, assessment and feedback in project-based instruction, artificial intelligence tools for language mastery, and the relevance of project-based approach in language acquisition. Again, we are deeply thankful for your attendance and ongoing participation during the whole event. Before starting today's presentation, I want to acknowledge the participation of our speakers of today's event. Ms. Nacheli Rios, Ms. Jamilet Uriola, Ms. Eva Ramos, and Ms. Queen McKenna. We are deeply honored to count on you as our distinguished speakers on today's presentation. Now, please allow me to introduce the first speakers of today's event. She's an educator with a background in elementary, high school, and university teaching. She holds a master's in rhetoric and oratory from Universidad Internacional de La Rioja, a master in language teaching methodology from Universidad Autónoma de Chiriquí, and a Master of Arts in English from Columbus University. Additionally, she is a certified CELTA teacher and trainer through Cambridge Assessment English. Currently, she works at Meduca and Otema University as an English language teacher. From the Delta Kappa Gamma International Society for Key Women Educators, let's welcome Ms. Nacheli Rios with her speech presentation titled, More Than Words, Understanding the Impact of Body Language and Nonverbal Signals in Face-to-Face and Virtual Interactions. Ms. Rios, welcome. Morning.
Introduction, Mr. Mora. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Okay, I will share my presentation right now. Okay, let me know, please, if you can see the presentation. Okay. Well, as Mr. Moore said, the title of this presentation is More Than Words, Understanding the Impact of Body Language and Nonverbal Signals in Face-to-Face and Virtual Interactions. And I belong to DKG, International Society for Key Women Educators. It's a very important organization for me. Let me talk, first of all, I would like to share some information about my organization for the presentation of the topic. The Delta Kappa Gamma Society International was founded in May 11th, 1929 by this lady. Her name was Dr. Annie Webb Blackton. Okay, she was from Texas, and it was founded in Texas. At the very beginning, there were only 13 ladies in that group of women. The mission, since the very beginning, is the following, is to promote professional and personal growth of women educators and excellence in education. This is our vision. It's leading women educators impacting education worldwide. You can be part of this great future for education. So there are certain, I will say, certain characteristics that you need in order to be part of this organization. You need to be like a potential leader. You need to be able to bring out the best in others, an educator, results-oriented, and some others that you can read in my presentation. There are some purposes. We need women educators of the word in a genuine spiritual fellowship. We always try to impulse our professional careers and personal development. Also, there are some awards, there are some scholarships, there are some projects that we can implement in public schools, in order to develop or to cooperate with education around the world. Now, as I said before, it is around the world. There are, I will say, 17 countries, okay, that belong to DKG or Delta Kappa Gamma society. For example, Canada, United States, Mexico, we have Honduras, Costa Rica, Panama, Puerto Rico. There are some countries in Europe. We have Sweden, we have Germany, we have also Japan. And there are more than, I will say, 120,000 members around the world. In Panama, we currently have 180 members. Okay, there are 9 chapters. We have 2 chapters here in Chiriquí, and I belong to DKG chapter, and I'm the current president of that organization. These are some of the members of our chapter here in David, and 2 members, or a couple of members from Delta Kappa Gamma, the interstate in Panama. As you can see, there are some teachers that are currently working at Edutainment University that belong to our society, that they're very respected and charismatic teachers. Some activities that we develop conferences, seminars. We also participate in international or Latin American congresses, okay? Let's say that if you're interested, if you see one of our presentations and you are interested in that we share that information in your school, we can go there and share the information, because that is what DKG is about, like sharing our knowledge and sharing what we know. There are some other activities that we have. For example, we have Juntos Podemos Ser Útiles. There we collect some supplies, school supplies, and then we donate those supplies to small schools in our province. We also collect like food for hospitals, or during these hard times, we collect food and other items in order to donate them. We also go to small schools, and we have like small parties, Christmas parties for children, because these are schools that they do not have enough resources. So we need like, we collect, we donate gift and food, and we go to those places and we celebrate like small Christmas parties. So if you would like to know more about our organization, you can go to our Instagram. There will be DKG Chiriquí, or you can go to our web page, which is dkgpanama.com. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention regarding to my organization. Now, let's talk about the topic. Okay, there are a few things that I would like to discuss with you today. Let's say that you go to a bank. Okay, we have 2 customer service representatives. We have the one on the left, and then we have the other one. Which one would you like? Which one would you like to serve you? Okay, A or B? I think that you can write your answer. A. Okay, thank you very much. A, absolutely. Why is that? Okay, can someone tell me, like, you can write a reason. Why would you like to be served by the person on the left side? Why? You can write it. You go on. Or you can share it, like.
Hello.
Okay. Yes, Sherwin, go ahead, please.
Okay. Well, I would like to be served by the one, by the A one, because the other one has a bad face. It's because it looks like she had issues at home, and she brought it to work, and it doesn't look so good.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Yes, she looks someone like she has a positive attitude. She looks more friendly. Absolutely. I will say that's the reason. Okay. So that's the topic that we'll discuss today. We will talk about the importance of nonverbal communication. Okay, we'll discuss some elements of nonverbal communication in virtual scenarios. What's the difference with face-to-face meeting? Also the elements of nonverbal communication in virtual scenarios, and the psychology of colors. First of all, what is nonverbal communication? Well, nonverbal communication is defined as how people communicate with each other without talking or writing. For example, when we wink, just like the lady in the picture, or we offer a strong handshake or back away, we convey a message without speaking a word. And this was said by Coulter Perrin. So that's nonverbal communication. And here we have a chart. These are the difference of verbal communication versus nonverbal communication. First, we have the definition we already discussed. But verbal communication is everything that we express in words. Now we have, regarding to language, we use words and linguistic signs. The other one is based, or nonverbal communication is based on body language, paralinguistic features. The channel, it can be spoken or written. So in a phone call, most of my communication will be spoken, okay? The same if I send a letter, it will be written. Now, in nonverbal communication, we have expression, we have gestures and body language, covering from facial expressions and movements of the extremities to posture. The addressee can be present or not, okay? So in a phone call said before, the person cannot be present and I can share my message. But in the other case, we must be paying visual attention in order to understand that not verbal communication. The advantages of verbal communication is fast. The message always tends to be clear, usually. It offers the chance for correction, it's conscious and recent, and it improves attention. The other one, okay, the advantages of nonverbal communication is conveys in emotions and feelings. Complements verbal communication as it helps to better connect with addresses and display other characteristics and qualities of the speaker that we will talk in a few minutes. So what's the importance of nonverbal communication? There is a myth regarding this, okay? But I will share and I will give you my opinion and what some other experts on the topic think. In 1971, psychologist Albert Mehrabian, he published Silent Messages. This is a research where he concluded that within sales communication, most of the credibility was centered on body gestures, 55%, 38% on tone and modulation of voice, and barely 7% on words. So only 7%, according to this study or this research, was verbal. Okay, what happened here? Some people have said later that it will depend on the context and the situation. It's not the same like a phone call. If you see a person like face to face, sometimes I will say it will go like 50-50, 40-60. So it will depend on the situation. Now, research has shown that in case of contradictions between verbal messages and nonverbal behavior, adults rely on the message conveyed by nonverbal behavior to judge the sender's attitudes and feelings. Let me give you an example of this, okay? If you ask me, like, would you like chicken for dinner? Would you like chicken for dinner? I'll say that, yes. Okay. Now, what happened there? I'm saying like, yes. I say yes. My verbal communication, what I said is yes. But my paralanguage or my nonverbal communication sends another message. You know, like, okay, well, yes. Like, I'm not sure about it. So there is also a direct relationship, according to the anthropologist Kotak, that says that language relies heavily on the use of symbol. It's the domain of communication in which culture plays a fundamental role. Now, let me give you more explanation about this. When we study a language, it's very, very important to know about the culture of the country that speaks that language. Okay, because the communication is not only verbal, but it's also nonverbal. And sometimes it's happened within the country, okay? Let me give you an example. If I'm talking with someone, okay, I would like that person to look at me in the eye, like face to face. But in some other places, let's say in Japan, this is a sign of disrespect. The same happened here in some, let's say, indigenous areas and in some other areas. So our verbal communication will depend on the culture or on the place. Now, nonverbal communication is also important because it's a cognitive process that has been and is essential for the development of human beings and for their conservation as a species. We're alive. We're here because our mothers or caregivers could understand our nonverbal communication. Okay, why? If a baby is crying, okay, the mother will know, like, okay, maybe I don't know, he's thirsty, maybe the baby is hungry, or I think the baby is in pain, and we're alive because of that. Also, if we see someone like running, you know, and we look at his face and he looks like stressed, there is a probability that we'll start running too. Okay, we'll say like, oh my God, there's a problem, and we will start running too because of that. So we are alive because of nonverbal communication. It doesn't matter our language. History of nonverbal communication. As I said before, think that unconsciously we're aware of our nonverbal communication. There are some studies, like from Cicero and Quintiliano. It was, I think, like 40 or 60 years after Christ, about nonverbal communication. And it's important when we talk in oratory. Before that, we had Plato, who also stated the importance of nonverbal communication in oratory and in some other areas. Now, after that, in 1809 to, in 1872, Charles Darwin, okay, he started the great importance of nonverbal elements in communication. He made research with animals, studying his behavior, their behavior, and also in people. I know Paul Ekman in 1950 was like 56, 59. He also studied the importance of nonverbal communication. But I will say that even if we didn't have like literature or a lot of literature regarding this topic, we knew about this. Unconsciously, we knew about this. And here's an example, okay? This is a text from Don Quixote, chapter 10, and it goes as follows. Okay, I would like to share this with you. And it says, if she blushes while you're giving her my message. Oh, let me explain you before a few about this. He wanted, you know, that Don Quixote, he was in love of Dulcinea. You know, he had a crush on Dulcinea. So he decided to send a letter to Dulcinea with Sancho Panza. And he said, okay, Sancho, please go to Dulcinea's house and read this letter, because Dulcinea couldn't read. So he asked him the following: if she blushes while you're giving her my message, if she's unsettled and confused when she hears my name, if she repeats the answer she gives you 2 or 3 times, if she changes from soft to harsh, or from harsh to amorous, if she raises her hand to prim her hair, even though she's perfectly coiffed. Finally, my son, take note of all her actions and movements, because if you can relate to me what they were like, I can tell what she has hidden in his depths of her heart regarding my love for her. You should know, Sancho, if you don't already, that between 2 lovers, the actions and physical movements they show are certain indicators that tell about what is going on inside their heart. Okay, he knew, like, what was his name? Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. He knew the importance of nonverbal language, and it was this. Okay, Don Quixote de la Mancha was written in 1605, and there he explains the importance, okay, of how Don Quixote will know, about Dulcinea's emotions and feelings based on her nonverbal communication. So I hope you like it. I find it like very, very poetic. Now, let's talk about emotions. And here we have a definition of emotion. There is a reference to a stimulus that triggers it. It incorporates a three-dimensional response, cognitive, physiological, and behavioral, and a reaction in body expression. What happens when I see something, I will have like a cognitive, I will have information, I'll have a thought about it, or what I just saw, but I will feel it too, so it will be physiological, and then I will act or will react to that, so it will be behavioral. Emotions are the result of chemical processes due to neurotransmitters in our bodies. So if we are, let's say, if we are happy, maybe it's because of the oxytocin. If we are very excited, maybe it's because of the dopamine. So emotions are the result of neurotransmitters. And there are more information about it. Emotions, memories, and behavior emerge from coordinated activities of regions connected by the limbic system, which is an old system that we have in our brain. And there is this person, Ekman, that I mentioned before. He considers that emotional expressions are crucial to the development and regulation of interpersonal relationships. His study demonstrated that facial expressions play an important role in the formation of attachments and are involved in the formation, acceleration, or deceleration of aggressive behavior. Okay, Ekman wanted to study emotions. He wanted to know if emotions were universal. He later found out that some emotions are universal, but some others are cultural. Okay. He first started his studies or his research in the United States, then he moved to Japan. But in Japan, people were very aware, in the United States and Japan, people were very aware of some situations. They knew about the test and everything, so it didn't work. Then he called a colleague, and his colleague told him, like, I'm in New Guinea right now, and I think that you can apply this research here because we have a tribe, and you can come here. So he went there, and he found out, okay, that there are 7 universal emotions. It's not the same as feeling, okay? Emotions are like instinct, the phases. So he found out that it doesn't matter if you live in Japan or if you live in Panama, if you live in the United States, if you live in South Africa, fear will look the same, sadness will look the same, surprise as well, anger, contempt, disgust, and enjoyment. Okay, and there are certain characteristics. There are certain, in our face, we have 43 muscles in our face, and we move certain muscles when we want to express fear, or when we actually express fear, or when we are sad, when we are surprised, or when we are disgust or contempt. Now, these are some of the characteristics. Okay, here we can see like sadness, so it's like dropping upper eyelids, losing focus in the eye. It's like maybe you're looking at something, but then you don't have like focus. Slight pulling down of lip corners. So in order for you to unconsciously, you do it, you recognize these emotions. But if you want like to study them, you need to pay attention to the movements of certain muscles, the mouth, the nose, the eyes, and some other details. This is a controversial topic, the mirror neurons. I will explain you why. Mirror neurons are a class of neurons that modulate their activity both when an individual executes a specific motor act and when they are observed the same or similar act performed by another individual. What happened? It was studied, or it has been a study of this Mr. Risolati. He's in Italy, and he says that we have mirror in neurons. Let's say that I start yelling, maybe you will do it too at home, okay? If I arrive to a place and in that place people is sad, I will get sad. If people is like very happy, there's a probability that I will get happy too. So why there is a controversy around this topic? Because mirror neurons, he has studied mirror neurons in certain type of monkeys, but the study, the research is not, let's say, like applied in humans completely, since you know that those topics related with neurons are very, I will say, tricky, or it's not an easy task, since you need to study like the human brain. So he's still studying that. There are some people that say like, yes, they exist. Some other people say like, no, that's a myth. Now let's talk this, which I particularly enjoy. These are the elements of nonverbal communication. I will talk to you about 8 elements. The first one would be kinesics, which is the interpretation of body communications, such as facial expressions and gestures, nonverbal behavior related to movement of any part of the body or the body as a whole. Okay, so it's the way we move, it's the way we stand still, it's the way we walk when we arrive to a place. Now we have oculesics, it's a subcategory of kinesics, which is a study of eye movement, behavior, gaze, and eye-related nonverbal communication. What happened with this topic? Okay, if you're happy, okay, your eyes will show you that you're happy. If you're in love, your eyes will show that you're in love. Okay, if you're sad, your eyes will show that you are sad. And let's say that you cry. Okay, it's very interesting, because if you cry and you take like a napkin or some clothes to dry up your tears, it's been said that if you dry up first the right side, okay, it's because it's your like an internal problem or situation that you have. So it depends on you, like, oh, I feel sad with myself because this and this and this. But if you dry up, say the left side, it's because like someone else provoked that sadness or those tears. Now we have the following, which is haptic communication. It's a branch of nonverbal communication that refers to the way in which people and animals communicate and interact via the sense of touch. Okay, there are people that are very like touchy, and you will notice when someone has, I will say, like romantic interest in someone else because of the touch, because they try like to touch them all the time. So you will notice that. Then we have proxemics, which is the study of human use of space and the effects the population density has on behavior, communication, and social interaction. Okay, it's related with human space, as they say. It's been said that if you're close to a person, it's a friend, a very close friend, a relative, a partner. Okay, the proxemics, it's around 40 to 45 centimeters. Okay, but if you do not have a relationship, let's say like a coworker or a classmate, the proxemics will be around like 1 meter or 1 meter and 20 centimeters. And this is very difficult, and it will depend also on culture. Okay, in Latin America or proxemics, I will say that it's like, even if you don't have like a relationship with a person, it will be less than a meter, and if you have a relationship with the person, it will be less than 40 centimeters. So it's a problem with certain cultures, because some cultures, they like space. So let's say American culture, they do not like to be close to other people. The next element will be paralanguage. It's also known as vocalics. It's a component of meta communication that may modify meaning, give one's meaning, or convey emotion. And here we use some techniques such as prosody, pitch, volume, intonation, and it can be expressed consciously and unconsciously. It also has to do with breathing. Okay, I do remember when I was in high school, we had a teacher, and sometimes we wanted the teacher to explain something again, and she didn't say a word, but she had the following sound, like, teacher, could you please explain again? And she was like, and we were like, she didn't say a word, okay, but we understood that she didn't want to do it. And also, like, when you ask someone, are you okay? And the person says, well, yes, I'm okay. You say, like, are you sure you're okay? Or else the classic question, like, what happened to you? Nothing. There we have certain intonation that give us another information regarding our nonverbal communication. Okay. Here we have some details. This French sir named Duchenne, he had experiment regarding smile, and he knew that without the contraction of the orbicularis oculi muscle, the smile is not complete. It could be social engaging, but not real. And it's a muscular movement that is almost impossible to fake. Okay? Let's say that I give you, I share some news with you. Like, okay, like tomorrow we're going to Disneyland, all of us. And then you will smile, you will be happy. Okay? That smile will be real. And we can tell because of the contraction of this little muscle over here, this tiny muscle. We have a tiny muscle over here. But if someone is taking pictures and they say, oh, smile, and you're like, that will be fake. Okay? This little muscle over here, they will move, and we will see some tension in your mouth. So it might be a beautiful smile, but a fake one. Now, regarding this was a study also by Rabat, they have all the vowels with that last name, and has been developing and building this methodology for almost 16 years, more than that. I think that right now it's like 20 years. The body systemic method integrated into the Swiss Association of Nonverbal Language Specialists, macro gestures, micro gestures, macro expression, and micro expression. And this, as they said, this institute is located in Switzerland, and they study like the movement. They have some coding. For example, if you combine like the smile, they have like a number for this one. This will be like UA 10 plus this and this and this. That will be the result of, and they try to provide information about the feeling that the person is experimenting at that moment. Well, there is also another detail, some other information with Amy Cuddy, which is a social psychologist. She has studied body power, attitudes, and postures extensively, and claims that maintaining an open and expansive body posture maintained over time can lead to changes in the feeling of being more powerful. She made a research, okay? She went to companies. She were with some executive, and she started telling them, okay, you need to, your posture, you need to improve your posture. Please walk like this. When you stand still, do it like this. And after a time, okay, she realized that people felt more powerful. The same happened when we dressed up for parties or we dressed up for, I don't know, some events. We will feel different, and you will notice that in people that will, they feel different, so they feel like more engaged or more powerful. Okay, I have the pictures over here. During the pandemic, we could notice when people was smiling because of their eyes, and it was very, very easy to notice. So even if we had our surgical mask, if we were, or there was someone taking pictures, we could smile and people could see that even when we had our mask, because smiling is not only focused on the mouth, but it's only on their eyes and people's eyes. Now we have a picture here, posture. If you see this, the first one from left to right, the first one, he's smiling, okay, but he doesn't look very confident. And I will say because he has his hands in his pockets. Now, what happened with the second one? Her posture, she's smiling, but her posture is not the best. The third one, okay, he looks a little bit more confident. The fourth one, he doesn't look that confident, and I will say it's because of his hands in his pockets, so on. Now we have a picture, a very famous picture. And remember, a couple minutes ago, I talked to you about the limbic system. This is what happened, okay? If we get angry, we have a reaction, we will behave that way. And it's very, some studies say, some research say that it's very similar to, we have certain behaviors that are similar to certain animal behavior, okay? Why? Because of the limbic system. When you are interested in someone, okay, in the case of ladies, they will touch their hair. The look will be different. You will look at people's lips when you're romantically interested in someone. I think, well, this is a very famous documentary in Netflix. I think the name is The What, okay? And this is the father, he was the father. He killed his wife and 2 children. And he was like that. And then he gave some interviews to a local TV channel. And look at his face, okay? He was like kind of smiling. He was like, yes, I'm very concerned, but he was smiling. And then it wasn't cold, the temperature over there, but he was doing this. Let me see if I can look at me in a shirt. He was doing like this, like trying to comfort himself, like doing like this. It's not because he was cold. It's because he was trying to calm down, like, okay, calm down. He was smiling. So someone looked the TV and he says, watch the TV, and said, like, I think that he is he's related or something. He knows he's hiding some information. They start investigating him. They found out that, yes, that he killed his family, unfortunately. Now, we already talked about 5 elements of nonverbal communication. Let's talk about the 3 last elements. We have chronemics, which explain how time is perceived, coded, and communicated across a given culture It is one of several subcategories to emerge from the study of nonverbal communication. What happened with this? I always say, if you have an interview, okay, and your interview is at 8, but you arrive at 8:30, you are given a message there, like you're not that interested, okay? We humans, we have certain situations, but if you do not have like a valid excuse, it's because like you were not very interested in that interview. Now, environment. It involves the physical and psychological aspects of the communication context. Let's say that you go on a date and that person takes you to a very fancy restaurant. You say, oh, that person is like really, really interested because like, you know, this is fancy. This place looks expensive. So it's related with environment. Personal appearance, our choice of clothing, hairstyle, and other appearance factors are also considered a means of nonverbal communication. And research on color psychology has demonstrated that different colors can evoke different moods. Appearance can also alter psychological reactions, judgments, and interpretations. And this is the halo effect. I'm not sure if you have heard about it before. The halo effect is a cognitive bias that occurs when a person's overall impression of someone or something is based on a single trait. Now, we tend to say, their life, I don't judge, or, you know, I don't judge people. That's a lie. We judge every single day. We judge people every single day because if we see someone, it takes us around 6 seconds to judge someone just based on their his or her appearance, okay? The first picture, you can see a guy, and I think that you can, or probably you will say you will give me a lot of information just based on that picture. Now in the second picture, you see another guy, and you will give me a lot of information just by looking at the picture for around 6 seconds. So when someone says like, I don't judge, that's a lie. We judge every single day, every single moment. Okay, so here you can see a picture describing the different elements, the personal appearance, the kinesics, which is the movement, the proxemics, the haptics. Okay, just looking at the picture, you can say that they have kind of a romantic connection because of the haptics, because of the proxemics. Then we have the chronemics and the vocalics. So this concludes my presentation with about the elements of nonverbal communication. Let's focus right now in virtual settings. Okay, worldwide, the most used video conference platform during COVID pandemic were Zoom and Microsoft Teams. Zoom appeared to be the most popular in 44 countries, while Teams led in 41 countries. In certain Asian countries, Google Meet is a popular platform as well. In terms of growth, as a result of crisis, Microsoft Teams was the best scoring tool. By December 22, they had 115 million active users per day. And in March, they only had 44 million users. To imagine. What are the differences, okay, with face-to-face meetings? First, it is easier to establish relationship and trust in face-to-face meetings than online. A lot has to do with the loss of informal conversations, and small talk before or after a meeting. Let me give you an example. If we are going to a meeting or in class, we will have short conversation or casual conversation before a class or before a meeting. And that builds trust, that builds confidence, and that builds empathy with the other person. Now, in virtual environments, it's also easier to avoid accountability and increases anonymity. This makes it difficult to build relationship and assess whether the others can be trusted or not. I had an experience with my nephew when he was in preschool. It was during the pandemic, and he was in a school. The teacher, she opened the link 30 minutes before the class, and the kids there were there, and they were talking, and they were like showing their toys, and that builds kind of a connection. And unfortunately, in some classes or in some virtual meetings, we're losing this, which is like very, very important for interaction. Okay, there are some elements of nonverbal communication in virtual scenarios. These are the same elements that I mentioned before, but here we don't use, in virtual scenarios, we don't use all of them. So they has come with the following acronym, META, which stands for movement, environment, touch, tone, and appearance, okay? Movement consists of many cues related to the body, example, eye contact, gesture, posture, facial expression. So in this case, movement is what we studied previously as kinesic. Then we have the environment of a meeting that plays an important role. This includes where the participants are located and inter-party proximity, which indicates how close participants sit or stand to each other, the design of the room they are in, and so on. The next category is touch, which is haptic that we studied previously, which include, like in real life, handshaking. The latter is defined as uncontrolled, unconscious, and involuntary physical emotions, like fidgeting. Like, for example, if I start like touching my hair a lot, or if I have a pen and they start, that would be haptic or touch. The second last category is tone, which is paralanguage, and is used to express thoughts. And paralanguage also plays a large role in bringing the message across. And finally, a person appearance is a completed category of this model. Appearance can also have a substantial impact on first impressions, as it includes clothing, accessories, and so on, as we mentioned with the case of halo effect. Finally, to conclude, I would like to share with you some studies based on the psychology of colors. We have the color emotion guide, and this is very used in politics and marketing. Okay, there's some colors, for example, and you will see the brand slogans or the brand logo. Which is related with the color orange. Then we have excitement and bold, creative, trust, peaceful, and balance. And you will see like some, as I said before, some brands related with the colors. Now, various studies confirm that various studies on learning experience already confirm that color can affect academic performance, of course. This person Moores argues that it has long been known that color affects students' performance, emotions, and behavior within their physical learning environment. And I would like to share with you like 4 most used colors in education, in virtual scenarios, and in face-to-face scenarios, which are number 1, green, related with concentration. The color green is known for its qualities that promote concentration and mental harmony, something that can be especially useful in the e-learning environment. We have orange, which is related with energy and stimulation in learning. Blue, which is related with serenity, calm, confidence, and productivity. Yellow, which is stimulation and optimism in learning. Now, there are some tips for virtual meetings. Okay, firstly, what movement is concerned, it is important to look at the screen on which the webcam is located. So if you have a meeting, if you want to, just imagine that the person is there and look at the camera. This stimulates eye contact. Along with it is the posture. Make sure to face the screen of the webcam. I know that's the second screen. Some people have the second screen. Besides, do not sit too close to the camera so the other parties can see gestures and other body language. When listening to the others, head nodding, which will be like this one, if you have your camera open, head nodding, is necessary to express that active listening and understanding is being placed there. The environment plays an important role. Install yourself in a calm and quiet location with a simple background. Do not please try not to have like many things in the back because people will get distracted. During virtual meetings, limit the amount of fidgeting as much as possible. Do not touch your hair or your face or jewelry too often. Moreover, where tone is concerned, make sure to speak up and come across as confident to support the message. And even though the others can only see a small portion of your body, dress appropriately and professionally as you would do for a face-to-face meeting. Now, to conclude this, let me give you my opinion or some conclusions about this topic. Why do I consider that this is very, very important? First of all, I will say empathy and nonverbal communication is closely related, okay? I tried to look for this, but unfortunately, I couldn't find it, but there is research that was made in, I think, the United States. There was a girl there. They asked the girl, like, what do you prefer, virtual classes or face-to-face classes? And they had like great, they have, let's say, avatars, and they had great classes and this and that. And she said, like, I prefer face-to-face classes. And they asked, why? She said, because I have my teacher there and she cares, okay? When she mentioned that she cares, it's very related to empathy. So even though, like, for need or since technology improvements and everything, we need to have virtual meeting or virtual classes. Please keep in mind, like, open your camera, look at people or try to look at people, because that builds empathy, and empathy improves relationships, not only professional, but also personal relationships. There is another story. There was a man who came home from work, and he was there. His child was playing around. He was checking, I will say he was checking his email, and the girl was like, Daddy, listen to me, please. And he was like, yes, I'm listening. And she was saying something very, very important. And he was like, but Daddy, listen to me. And he was like, yes, I'm listening. And she said, like, listen to me with your eyes, okay? She was a 3 or 4 years old girl, but she knew that when you listen to someone, you need to look at the person. So we're very, as I said before, we're very aware of nonverbal communication. So let's try to practice more our nonverbal communication for the relationship and understanding. And finally, I would like to share this with you, this side with a quote. It's from Maya Angelou, who was a writer, a poet, a journalist from the United States. She said, I have learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Okay, so thank you very much for your time and attention. That was a pleasure. Professor Christian, I really appreciate it.
Good morning again. On behalf of the coordination of the School of English professors and teachers, we want to congratulate and acknowledge Ms. Nacheris Rio for her presentation on the side of Delta Kappa Gamma Panama. It was a very interesting topic. This is the moment in which you guys can ask questions to the presenter. Please write them down in the message box. Otherwise, if there are no questions, please, let's go ahead and this. So many of your students are clapping, Professor Nacheli. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry. Yes, thank you very much, guys.
Some questions, Professor Rios. The first one from Ezequiel Rodriguez. Based on your experience, can all posture and body language in a conversation be both positive and negative? Can this be affected by nerves?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Some people, they, for example, you're given a speech, let's say in a sad situation, funeral, and they will slightly smile. It's not because they're having fun, but it's because they feel nervous. And yes, it's totally can be very affected by nerves. I will say it's something that we need to practice with. That's why we need to practice our speech and our communication skills.
The question is the following: why is nonverbal communication often more impactful than words in conveying messages and building trust in personal and professional relationships?
Okay, let me see that again. Communication from more impactful than words. Okay, well, I think that it's something we need to practice. Unfortunately, we don't practice that in Latin America. There's, I think in Australia, the little kids, they are starting to study nonverbal communication through emotions, and to share like how people feel, or like at work, and in the professional fields, executive of multinational companies, they take sometimes. It's mandatory to take courses on nonverbal communication because nonverbal communication is closely related with, I will say, with leadership. So they try to focus on that. And there's a story of an executive, of a CEO from a company, and he was not very reliable. They found out that it was because of his nonverbal communication. So he took courses and it improved his professional relationships a lot. Okay. Thank you very much, Javier.
Session or before, in case you stay, the next question is: we say that we are in this situation, in a case like this, would you give us some advice to be able to deal with this situation, or should we just walk away?
Practice. I will say practice makes perfect. So it's always like practice. In my classes, I think that my students might hate it, but I really appreciate like recording videos. It's a very, very useful tool in order to improve your nonverbal communication, not just the nonverbal communication, but also your verbal communication. So it's practice as much as possible. And also there are things that you can practice, okay? But there are things that are not really difficult, I will say, like appearance. That's something that you can apply. And also chronemics, it's something that you can apply. Be on time at places that sends an important message.
So we have two last questions because we have to move to the next speech presentation.
Okay.
So Jose Semuni asks, how can a person train himself or herself to be more aware and better control their own body language during important interactions?
Okay, I think that I just answered that question. Like I said, you need to practice. It's something that some people is very charismatic, and it's just like by nature. But some other people, like in my case, we need to train that, to practice in front of a mirror, to practice with people. We need to practice our social skills. So it's about practice.
The last question is almost in the same way. So Alicia wants to know what can she do in case she forget words when she was wanting to express something.
You can breathe, relaxed, okay? And sometimes it happens to me too, because English is not my native language. But you can use some synonyms, or you can explain. Or if, let's say, if you're talking to a native speaker, you say, oh, I forgot this word, but it's, I want to express this and this and this, and that will help you with the word. So it happens sometimes because you're nervous. Sometimes it happens because you don't have enough practice. But practice your vocabulary, of course, look for vocabulary, but in the case that you're speaking and your performance is not the best, try to look for help, like try to express your opinions or your ideas with your own words, or at least the words that you remember.
So it seems like we have one more question at the end, Professor Nacheli. This is going to be for real, the last one. In your experience as a teacher, this is from Ronald Gallardo, what are the main aspects of nonverbal communication that students need to improve when presenting or during virtual sessions?
Posture, for sure. When they're presenting, their posture, they move a lot, or they relied on the board or on the walls. And I would say that's something like the way they enter to a room, the way they present to an audience, that's something that we need to work on.
Thank you very much. So again, we thank you, Professor Nacheli Rios, for her presentation. For the ones that were at the very beginning, Professor Nacheli Rios is currently the president of the Delta Kappa Gamma International Women's for Educators Association in the Chiriquí chapter. So with a big avalanche of applauses, let's say goodbye to Professor Nacheli Rios, please.
Okay, my pleasure. Thank you very much for the invitation. Have a good Sunday. Bye-bye.
We all need people who will give us. That's how we improve. Bill Gates. So we're going to have our second speaker in today's session. She's an EFL teacher at Escuela Normal in Santiago, Veraguas, with over 20 years of experience. She has taught the English language at Meduca and Nodelas University. For the past decade, she has also focused on training English teachers to effectively incorporate technology into their classrooms to enhance the teaching and learning processes, creating a range of proposals for seminars. She is a national expert in building the English language curriculum by competencies at Meduca. She holds a graduate degree in applied linguistics, a graduate degree in didactics of the English language with a specialization in online teaching, and a degree in higher education. Currently, she is pursuing a doctoral program in linguistics at the University of Panama. She has also made a significant impact as a speaker at various national and international congresses, impressing audiences with her insightful presentations. Her passion for teaching is evident in her ability to inspire students to create meaningful changes through learning. From the Panama TESOL's Veraguas chapter, let's welcome Ms. Yamilet Urriola with her speech presentation titled Edutainment, Assessment, Feedback, and Reflection in Project-Based English Instruction. Welcome, Professor Urriola.
It's my pleasure to share with you this lecture. So I'm going to share my screen. Give me a second to start. Okay, just let me know if you can see my screen and you can hear me well, okay? Give me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, as Professor Mora mentioned it before, let me see. The title of my lecture is Edutainment, Assessment, Feedback, and Reflection in Project-Based English Instruction. So today I would like to give you a glimpse of the contents, and I'm going to explain you during the session. Edutainment definition, differences between edutainment and traditional teaching, assessment, feedback, and reflection in project-based English instruction, assessment in edutainment and project-based learning, feedback strategies in edutainment and project-based learning, and promoting reflection in edutainment and project-based learning, as well as the conclusions. So first, I would like to introduce this topic by giving you an idea what edutainment is. And as you can see, it's a combination of education plus entertainment. And it is an approach, an innovative approach to language teaching. And we use edutainment to engage students through enjoyable activities, enjoyable content to entering their language learning in hands-on or real-world projects. So many people have defined edutainment. And as you can see, this is not a new term. Since 2014 or 11, the edutainment concepts have been studied by many authors. One of them is Kamar. In 2016, he defines the edutainment as a hybrid form of education and entertainment aimed at making learning an enjoyable experience. Then we have Caldwell a definition, and he mentioned that edutainment involves the integration of educational content within popular media forms. So what's the idea? To enhance learning engagement. And G in 2013 defined it as the use of video games, digital storytelling, interactive simulations to create immersive educational experiences that foster learning. As you can see also, Lee and Hammer in 2011, they explain that edutainment is an educational strategy. And it is, it looks for developing fun activities and learning objectives inserted to maintain high engagement levels in learners. And finally, Manshan in 2014 characterized edutainment as a pedagogical approach combining elements of education and entertainment to create a more effective learning environment. I highlighted some words. As you can see, I have hybrid, enjoyable, educational content, popular media, engagement, immersive, fostered, strategy, objective, pedagogical approach, effective, and environment. All those words can help you to define by yourself what edutainment is. So I invite you to have an idea how you can define in your own words what edutainment is. So in my case, I can say that it is an innovative trend of teaching, and we use it to engage students through fun activities so they can optimize the learning outcomes. Okay, so as a second, I would like to say the differences between edutainment and traditional teaching. And I would like to show you the differences in engagement and motivation. Yeah, so edutainment optimize the engagement and motivation in students. It focuses on making learning enjoyable, blending educational content with entertaining elements. For example, video games, interactive activities, and also it boosts students' intrinsic motivation by creating a fun, immersive learning experience. What happened with the traditional teaching? It often relies on a more structured lecture-based format with a focus on repetition, memorization, and mastery of a specific skills. And what happened with the motivation in a traditional classroom? Motivation depends on grades, assessment, or the feeling the students have at that moment. Yeah, so it's a little bit different. So how edutainment engage students and motivate students to participate and construct learning in the classroom. Another difference between an edutainment and traditional teaching, it's in learning environment and atmosphere. So it is not the same when you are in a classroom and you applied different games and fun activities than when you just have a formal lecture. Yeah, students listen to the class and they take notes. It's a little bit different. So edutainment creates a relaxed and often playful environment where students feel more comfortable experimenting with language or concept. And also the mistakes may be more easily accepted. They are invited. In my classroom, mistakes are welcome because when you make mistakes, you are learning too. So this is not something that is not okay. So making mistakes is part of the learning. And in a traditional teaching, it usually maintains a formal atmosphere where students may be less inclined to take risks. So they are quiet, they are silent, they are just paying attention to the professors, what they are explaining, and they are taking notes. But the atmosphere, it's totally different. And errors are often corrected immediately. And sometimes the way professors correct the mistakes can hinder students' motivation and engagement in participating in the development of the classes. And that's something that creates not a good atmosphere. Got it? So another difference between edutainment and traditional teaching refers to the content delivery and interaction. So in edutainment, it leverages digital media, storytelling, games, simulations to make lessons more relatable and engaging. Got it? And also, the learning is active. Students are creating using hands, and they are constructing learning in real life applications through role plays, virtual trips. Students can create, can debate, and also those activities help students to be engaged in a classroom, okay, to be engaged in learning. But when the traditional teaching, primarily it uses textbooks, lecture. It is not bad, people. It is not bad. But most of the time, the use of textbook lectures or worksheets, often following a linear structure with set topic and sequences, it's not so interesting for students. Yeah, they prefer doing than just reading or listening to. That it is not bad, as I told you before, but our generations, the new generations, prefers doing and using games and playing different fun activities in the classroom or online. And also in the traditional teaching, learning tends to be passive. Yeah, with the students listening, as I mentioned before, taking notes, completing exercises, and it is not so dynamic or active for students, okay? It is not so attractive. The role of the teacher in our in edutainment and traditional teaching. In edutainment, the teacher acts as a facilitator, guide activities, encourage students to participate, support students' needs, make connections between the lesson and their experiences, and also enhance the fun aspect of the class. What's happened in the traditional teaching? So most of you maybe have experience with that. The teacher typically serves the primary knowledge of primary source or knowledge source, leading the lesson and focusing on delivering content. The teacher and students' relationship is often formal. Teachers correct and provide feedback on specific skills, but the role of the teacher is more passive. No, excuse me. The teacher it's more active and the student is more passive. And the differences between edutainment and traditional teaching in assessment and feedback. So in this part, I would like to to make more emphasis. Because if you remember, the title of my lecture is about assessment and feedback. In edutainment, when you apply the assessment, it uses flexible and informal assessment. So as you can see, we use Kahoot, we use Mentimeter, we use Jeopardy games. Also, we can use Bingo. Those kind of assessment are informal, but at the same time, they are flexible. And students enjoy when professors uses those kind of games in the classroom, or those kind of activities in the classroom. Why? Because the professor is assessing the student's performance based on task. And also the feedback the professor provide to the students is immediate. So what does it mean? It means that you are knowing, or you are you are aware that what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses. So in that way, you can improve what you need to improve. Got it? But what happened with the traditional teaching? I remember when I was at school, and I got a grade that I didn't like it. So I asked my professor what was wrong, but he never told me. He never told me what was my mistake. So you don't know how to improve if you don't know what you are doing wrong, right? So students need to know what they are doing correct or incorrect in order to improve what they are doing wrong. Got it? So this is for traditional teaching. Professors relies on exams, quizzes, homework. And I remember a poem at the university when I was studying the English bachelor degree. The poem, I hate homework. Really, believe me, I hate homework. And during my years of experience as a teacher, my students never have homework. And they say, why not, professor? Because first of all, students at home, they don't like to do anything. And some parents help them to do homework. And also because English is a language. So providing homework in too many homework too much homework, it's not some a pedagogical strategy that I like it the most. I prefer working in the classroom. So if I know that the students have some limitations, I can support them and I can help them, but in the classroom. At home, I don't know if they are completing the assignment by themselves, okay? And this is something that I preferred doing in the classroom. And also in a traditional teaching, feedback tends to be structured and delayed, with grades or scores that focus on accuracy and knowledge retention, memory. So just memory, and feedback must be given in a way that the students don't feel shame, okay? Don't feel embarrassed. That's what I want to say. Okay, let's continue with the learning outcome. What's happened with the learning outcomes in edutainment and traditional teaching? Okay, in edutainment, the learning outcomes focuses on fostering a love for learning. So you enhance creativity. Teachers help students retain knowledge by engaging them in meaningful experiences. And the real world language use is emphasized with the learning outcomes. You provide students with experiences that they are going to face in the future, maybe in their behavioral field, or when they are going to the different countries. I like to design activities in my classroom where my students have to simulate that they are traveling abroad. So they have to prepare role plays in which they can use the language they will use if they are going to travel to another country. And also, but what happened in the traditional teaching? The traditional teaching just emphasizes mastery of foundational skills, knowledge retention, achievement of specific standards or outcomes. And the approach is effective for building disciplined study habits, behaviors, just behaviors. When you use traditional teaching, the learning outcomes emphasizes on behaviors. And maybe they don't motivate the students, but in edutainment, they try the students to love what they are doing. So let's start explaining what assessment is. What is the definition and the importance of assessment when we design project-based learning? I know that another guest is going to explain about project-based learning, so I'm not going to define project-based learning. Just want us to explain assessment. And what is assessment when we design project-based learning? Number one, it evaluates learners' progress, understanding, and engagement. So as you can see, there are three important aspects that you consider when you assess your students in project-based learning. The progress of the students, not only if they know, but how they are going to develop during the activities at the beginning, at the middle, and at the end. The understanding, if the students are just not memorizing, but understanding what they are doing. And engagement, of course, because if the students are participating, if they are motivated to construct the learning. In the second aspect, it emphasizes learning through doing rather than formal exams and quizzes. What does it mean? So, as I told you before, I prefer doing than completing a test. And I know that you too. You prefer doing things, creating things, designing, and it's like you can remember more when you do your things by yourself, by doing, than when you just study for a test and then 2 days or 1 week later, you don't remember anything. Okay, then another aspect is it includes performance-based evaluations, ongoing feedback, reflective practices that encourage self-assessment. And this is one aspect that we need to improve in our classes. So self-assessment, I need to assess myself. I need to be aware what are my strengths and weaknesses. I need to know what I'm doing well and what I'm not doing well. So this is part of the culture that we need to promote in our classroom. Also, when assessment in edutainment, it's continuous and informal. So sometimes when I use a game or a live worksheet activity with my students, I tell them, this is for this is for a formative assessment, or this is for a summative assessment. And they are like, but this is informal, teacher. Yes, it is. But it's part of the assessment and it counts because it is the assessment in edutainment, it's informal. You don't need to have a long test to know that you master some contents. You can learn with short tasks and fun tasks, excuse me, and this is okay. So, but our mind, it's like we are just waiting for the test at the end of a lesson, because this is the way we have been taught many years ago, but it is not happening anymore. So there are some professors that use them in the classroom, but it is not the only way to do it. Okay, I'm not saying that it is not correct, but this is just a way to assess. But in project-based learning, there are many ways to assess students continuously and informally. Also, it takes place using activities, interactive quizzes, games, or in the moment feedback. I love in the moment feedback. When I was a student, my professors told me, oh, okay, Professor Urriola, or Urriola, you are doing this in the wrong way. So you have to improve by doing this or that. Yeah. This is the way we need to promote feedback, because the students need to know what is wrong, what they are doing well. And it is engagement focused, since it measures engagement, creativity, and practical application of a skill. So that's why assessment is so important in the classroom. Also, this is seen in project-based outcomes, group activities, or interactive storytelling. And finally, it is reflective. And I love that word, reflective. Why? Because when you use assessment, students reflect about the learning, what they need to improve, what they did well, what would they change in the future to improve the use of the language or to improve some skills. Okay, let's move to the next. Okay, in this part, I'm going to explain you some type of assessment. In the three type of assessment I'm going to show you, they are not the only ones, but they are the three that I want to explain you. Are number one, performance-based assessment. The performance-based assessments evaluates a student's performance. It is based on tasks and projects rather than traditional tests. So what can you assess with a performance-based assessment? Final project presentations, reading assignments, group collaboration, so debates, or using different role plays. Got it? So these are the performance-based assessment, and we can use it in those kind of activities or projects with the rubric with real work criteria. So in this case, we use criteria to assess students in real work context. For example, if I want my students to design a social media campaign project, I need to assess persuasive language, vocabulary accuracy, creativity, use of language, teamwork, maybe I can collaboration. So there are many aspects that I need to include in my assessment to assess my students. And the ongoing mini assessments are those games or fun quizzes, interactive games, low stakes, or those quick oral check-ins to assess vocabulary, grammar in context. For example, when the professors use Kahoot quizzes, language bingo games, or Mentimeter. So those applications that helps to create some games or interactive quizzes, fun quizzes, so students can demonstrate what they are learning. In those assessment can be at the beginning as a diagnostic assessment. It could be in the middle as a formative assessment, and also at the end as a summative assessment. So they can be used as peer assessment, self-assessment, or teacher assessment. There is another classification of assessment. So I mentioned three different classifications. Number one, when the students assess themselves, is self-evaluation. When another students assess the peers, is peer assessment. And when the teacher assess the students' progress, this is teacher's assessment. Then if it is done at the beginning of the class, it is diagnostic. In the middle, it is formative. And at the end, it is summative. Get it? So those are the classification of assessment. Let me continue with the I'm going to explain in details the performance-based assessment, because this is the one we need to apply when you design projects for our students. The performance-based assessment evaluates the students' ability to apply their knowledge and skills in real work or simulated tasks. Performance-based assessment focuses on students' processes, creativity, collaboration, and final product. So what do we need to do when we want to assess our students or our students' performance? So number one, we need to define clear objective and criteria. How? First, you have to set the learning objective. What my students need to know. Yeah, I need to establish the skills or knowledge the students should demonstrate. Then I have to create a rubric. So I need to take into consideration two aspects. Yeah. First, I need to create the specific criteria. What I'm going to assess. Okay, if I want to assess clarity, accuracy, creativity, teamwork, content, language use. And then I need to break down the criteria or the criterion with the performance levels. Is it excellent, satisfactory, or needs improvement? And you can add more descriptors to the rubric. So you have to explain how they are going to get, or they are going to perform to get the total amount of points for that rubric. Also, you need to use, give me a second. You need to use authentic task. What does it mean? Okay, you have to simulate real world scenarios to assign tasks that reflect real world applications. Also, you need to encourage problem solving. Okay, it helps students to think critically and help them to solve problems effectively, and they have the opportunity to make decisions when they are working in problem solving activities. So use material or use authentic task activities that can help students to be creative, to be critical, to be reflective, because memorization, it's just one level of knowledge. So according to the Bloom's taxonomy, the knowledge is the first level of knowledge. So we need to guide our students to go to the knowledge and to the understanding, to the application, to the synthesis and analysis, to the evaluation. Yes, it's a process to guide our students in constructing the knowledge. Number three, when assessing the student's performance, you need to observe the process and collaboration. My student said, teacher, my peer didn't do anything. He or she didn't work in the project. So I don't know what you are going to do with him or her. This is the complaint. This is the students complain when they work in groups, right? I don't know if it happens to you as professors, but sometimes in the classroom it happens. So what do you have to do? You have, in my case, I design a rubric or a checklist. This checklist considered if the students participate in class actively, if he respects students when they are speaking or presenting. So I can consider different aspects and to observe process and collaboration. So assess the process, not just the product. There are students like in math that they complete the problem, the math problem, but at the end, the product, it's wrong. But what happened with the process? So there are professors that don't consider the process, just the product. So with the assessment in performance-based assessment, you have to consider or to evaluate the students' participation, communication, and strategy during the activity. So in that case, you can use observational checklists, process-based rubrics, got it? And also you have to use peer and self-assessment. I mentioned it before, that you have to include, you have to engage students in assessment. Peer assessment, my classmates can assess my performance. Okay, I consider you are doing this in the right way. Okay, I consider you need to improve this part. You need to improve this part in the assignment. Yes, it helped to assess each other's contributions and help measure collaboration and individual accountability. In the number 4, you have to provide ongoing feedback. Remember, feedback can be formative or reflection. You can use reflection activities. So when you provide formative feedback, you give the feedback immediately. And also the feedback is constructive. What does it mean? Constructive. So take care the way you provide feedback. For years, professors use feedback as a way to, I don't know, ridiculous. You know, I know you got the word, but this is the way they use the feedback, so students feel ashamed to present in front of others, and they kept in silence because they preferred not to be exposed to the class. Do you understand what I mean? So this help with the formative feedback, helps students adjust their work in real time and focus on areas needing improvement. And the second is the reflection activities. The students reflect on their work by answering questions like, what did I do well? What would I change next time? So next time, those questions help you to improve because you are reflecting, okay, if I can do this in that way, so I can improve my participation or my performance next time. Also, to use diverse assessment tools, it means not all the time using rubrics or checklists. We can use portfolios, we can use presentations and demonstrations, we can use projects, maybe role plays. So, but when you are going to use those diverse assessment tools, assessment tools, rubrics or checklists, portfolios, presentations, and demonstrations, you can use detailed rubrics to assess specific skills and checklists to track task completion. Okay, what is a checklist? Yes, no. Okay, the students participate actively in answering questions. Yes. The students complete the task in the classroom, yes or not. So those are assessment tools that can help you to assess the process and the collaboration of the students in the classroom. Also, the portfolios for longer projects, then you can assess progress and improvement over time, and they are going to keep the portfolio. I remember when I was studying my master program at the university, and the professor of assessment was a course, assigned us a portfolio. The portfolio consisted of all the assignments during the course, and I still keep this portfolio in my computer because it was so nice to organize those activities in order to have all the tasks we did with the professor in the course, and it was amazing. It was a nice experience to me, and I liked the way he guided us to complete that task. And also the presentations and demonstrations that assess clarity, structure, language use, and delivery. Let's move to the next. And now I'm going to talk to you about feedback. I mentioned feedback before, but the definition for feedback, it's that this is a process. Feedback is a process. And during this process, you give the students constructive responses that can guide them to learn, or they guide them in learning by engaging them through interactive activities. Feedback is often immediate, informal, and tailored to learning experience. It takes place with games, simulations, projects, and other entertainment-based activities. And in this point, I would like to share with you that when you are playing a game in class and the professors design a Kahoot or a Mentimeter or a Jeopardy game, and you are playing, if you made a mistake, you immediately receive the feedback from the game. So the professors don't have to say, oh, you made a mistake. No, you immediately realize, oh, this is not the right answer. So I need to check when I'm going to use this, because the game is telling you what is wrong. Yes, so this happened to us when we use those kind of fun games in our classes. And when we use feedback, we aim to enhance understanding, correct misconceptions, and encourage further exploration in a supportive, enjoyable way. Good. So what is the importance of feedback in project-based learning? So we have 5 important aspects about the feedback. Number 1, why feedback is important? Because it enhances engagement. Yes, we engage our students and we provide positive feedback. So when we provide positive feedback, our students are interested and motivated to learn. It encourages self-directed learning. Yeah, when you receive constructive feedback, you make adjustment in real time, and you know what you have to do to correct those mistakes. So you develop self-monitoring skills and take ownership of your learning journey. Also, feedback supports real-world skill development. So emphasizes real-world skills, communication, collaboration, critical thinking. So feedback in project-based activities helps students reflect on and refine those skills with fun and low-pressure scenarios. And the 4th point is to build confidence and reduce anxiety. So feedback can be framed positively, emphasizing growth rather than correction. So if you provide feedback, the students reduces anxiety around mistakes, making students more comfortable, experimenting and engaging actively in their learning. And the last one, but not the least, it's to promote retention and understanding. Through immediate specific feedback, students can correct misunderstandings right away, which helps with retention. They are going to remember. They are going to say, oh, I remember that part when professor did those activities. So the memory is going to be activated when you receive the feedback. When I was participating in a diplomado, I mispronounced a word. And professor and another peer pronounced the word immediately. And I said, I made a mistake. I never forgot that. I never forgot the right pronunciation of that word. So every time I'm going to use it, immediately I remember, oh, that feedback, and I pronounce the word correctly. Okay, so what are the strategies we can use to provide feedback? Number 1, peer feedback rounds. So you can ask your students to provide feedback among them. There is a strategy that the glow and grow system. So the glow highlights the strengths. Hey, you use your use of descriptive adjective was very clear. This is the glow. And the grow offers constructive suggestion. How to try to add more connectors for smoother transitions. So can you see the difference? Glow and grow. So this is a strategy that you can use with your students to provide feedback. The another is the personalized feedback that provide specific feedback tailored to each student's strengths in area for growth. Instead of marking all errors, just focus on key areas. Maybe pronunciation, if it is a spoken task, or maybe vocabulary choice with a written word. And the self-assessment checklist that when using those checklists, your students rate themselves on elements like creativity, grammar accuracy, fluency. So the students know what they are doing correct or incorrect. So they can check themselves. If they are not able, you can guide them, you can support them and explain them the criteria so they can assess themselves by checking in the rubric. And wow, we can see that the reflection is the last part of this presentation. We can see the definition. It's a process by which a learner thinks critically about the experience, actions, and outcomes within engaging entertainment-based activities. With reflection allows learners to assess what they have learned, understand their progress, and consider ways to improve in a supportive and enjoyable setting. And reflection is often informal and can include journaling, group discussions, self-assessment prompts that encourage students to analyze learning journey and relate it to real-world application. What is the importance? Reflection reinforces learning and retention, encourages self-awareness and growth, connects learning to real-world context, builds critical thinking and problem-solving skills, and boosts confidence and motivation. So I would like to share this presentation with you, so later you can emphasize the different aspect of the importance of reflection. And finally, I have 3 different strategies that I would like to share with you about reflection. Number 1, the reflective journals or video diaries. So I remember when I went to Washington, D.C. With the program Panama Bilingüe, one of the strategies our professors applied with us was reflection. And I remember that my final presentation was about reflection. And this is a way to know what we need to improve. So when you reflect, you use reflection journals, you can reflect on questions like, what language did I find most useful? How this project helped me feel more confident speaking English? Also, you can use the end of project reflection discussions. This is reflecting in groups at the end of the project, and you can provide or guide questions to get the students discussing about what they learned, how they felt about their project, why they would do differently. And the last one is the goal setting and reflection sheets that provide sheets where students set initial language goals at the start of the project and then revisit them at the end to assess their progress. As conclusions, edutainment is an innovative approach to language teaching that encourages and engages students through meaningful and enjoyable activities. Also, it has some differences between edutainment and traditional teaching that affects engagement, content, delivery, students' involvement, and the role of the teacher. Effective performance-based assessment involve assessing how well students perform real-world tasks. We use rubrics and provide feedback that encourage reflection and growth. Feedback is crucial for guiding and enhancing students' learning experiences, encouraging independent learning, and building essential skills. And also reflection is important because it bridges the gap between entertainment activities and meaningful learning outcomes. So thank you so much for your for your attention. So if you have questions, they are welcome. Thank you. Sorry for the noise.
Some questions, Professor Urriola. Again, thank you for your outstanding presentation about edutainment. So we're going to proceed with the questions at this moment. Could you please stop sharing, Professor Yamilet,
Okay.
please?
Yes.
So the first question is the following. Edith Tejera says, very interesting. Could you add to this? Is this improved through experience or by developing a functional method in the work area, or both influence?
Excuse me, could you repeat the question, because I was paying attention to stop
Sure.
sharing. Thank you.
So Edith Tejera asked if, added to what presented, is it improved through experience or by developing a functional method in the work area, or both?
A better? I cannot hear you.
Okay, I'll go to the question again. So Edith wants to know if it could be improved through experience or by developing a functional method in the work area, or both influence.
Okay, you mean that if we can use another method, a functional?
Understanding the question. I got two more questions in ahead.
Yeah, I didn't understand the question.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
Please.
So edutainment is much more recommendable for teaching than traditional teaching?
Okay. I'm not telling you that edutainment is better than traditional teaching. We can have a combination of both in the classroom. So I remember my professors in the past. They did a good job. So we are the product of that teaching. But including or implementing edutainment in the classroom could enhance a students' development of skills. I mean, so students can be more engaged, because in the traditional classrooms, the students were passive. Yes, they were just listening to the explanations, taking notes. But when you applied or implement edutainment in the classroom, you engage the students to be more active, to participate, to construct the learning. So remember that in the past, the professor was the active had the active role in the classroom. But in our days, the students are the center of the process. So edutainment, it's not like the magic method, but it must be included. It is a trend, an innovative trend and approach that can be implemented in the classroom for help students to be more motivated, engage in activities, and to create a great atmosphere where the students can grow and can learn better. Yeah. I'm not telling you that, or I'm not saying that the traditional teaching was bad. Eva and I, we were proud of that. So it's not bad at all, but it could be great if we can mix them and we can create more significant experience to our students in the classroom.
We have another question. Thank you so much. From Ezequiel Rodriguez. For you, what is the most important aspect of communication in traditional and modern learning?
I mentioned it, assessment. So as teachers, we know how to plan. We know how to implement strategies in the classroom. We know how to develop fun activities in the classroom. But what's happened at the end when we have to assess our students? Most of the time when I did a survey amongst professors, and I asked them, what is the most difficult part or the most important part, or what is the part that you feel that you need to improve in your teaching labor? And they tell assessment. Most of them replied assessment, because assessment is not easy at all. It's not an easy process. You need to plan your activities, but taking into consideration what you are going to assess at the end, because according to the assessment, you realize if you got the learning outcomes. So sometimes you have perfect classes, you implement awesome activities, fun activities, but at the end, you apply the test. So you use the edutainment activities in the classroom, you apply the method, everything is, wow, students are awesome participating. But at the end, okay, you have a test tomorrow. You have to complete this traditional test. And what's happened? Students don't study, so maybe they are going to fail. But this is not the way to assess what you are doing in the classroom. If you are using edutainment in the classroom, okay, you can use a test, but please just try not to use tests all the time. Got it? It's not bad to have a test. We need to use them, but not all the time. So in my classes, my students have 1 or 2 tests during the trimester, but not all the time. I assign projects, oral presentations, songs, different activities like worksheets, games, Kahoot, so they can have different opportunities, because we have to remember something. Our students have different learning styles. They learn in different ways. So you cannot use songs all the time, because not all the students like singing. You can use videos, you can use songs, you can use games, you can use written activities. So you can engage the students in different activities according to the learning styles. And also remember, not all the teachers teach in the same way. We have learning styles, teaching styles too. So maybe I'm more dynamic. There are others that are more passive, and it is okay because we are different. But what is important is that we plan our lessons, that we provide students with meaningful experiences, and we assess them according to what we plan in our lessons. So because you are professors at the university and you go to the classroom and you teach the lessons, but at the end, you assess totally different. And students fail because this is not the content you taught during the course. So this is the aspect that I consider the most important, not only in the traditional teaching and learning, but also in our times.
Thank you. So Marcelo Montalvo wants to know, basically, he's referring to the following. All activities must be done in class. No homework is left. That's a good point. Do you think that the time they give to teach is enough for that, or is more needed?
Okay, in my case, I'm telling you about my case because at normal school, I have 6 hours per week. So I have enough time to work with my students in the classroom. But I know that there are some teachers that only have 2 or 3 hours a week. So it depends on your school. It depends on your, according to your parents, because when I taught at the elementary level, the only assignment that I gave my students was to bring pictures from home to the classroom. The glue, the color pencils, okay, the materials they are going to use for any assignment in the classroom. So I asked the parents to work with me. At home, you can help them to find the pictures, or just put the magazines, the newspapers on the children bags, and I help them in the classroom. You help them at home, I will help them in the classroom. Everything that I do in my class, it's done in the classroom. And I had great results. Most of my students never fail because they are exposed, or so the activities are mandatory. In the classroom, they are not going to say, no, I'm not going to work. Everybody have to work, because they are in the classroom, so they have to do it. If they don't know how to do it, then I explain them and I support them according to their needs so they can succeed too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we have another question from Ronald Gallardo. In your experience with edutainment, are the results with students, are they better than with traditional methods? That's a very good question.
Yes, this is okay. Yes, totally yes. Absolutely. So when I use live worksheets, Kahoot, Mentimeter, Jeopardy games, Bingo, I can see my students engage in learning. So I love singing. So I use songs, I use games, I use um, uh, interactive games, because I have games in the classroom, but also games online, so that you can apply it in the classroom. And my students always say, "Teacher, it was really fun. I love it. I wanted to repeat it." And they say, "This is different. This is not the same way I have been taught during years." And when I apply those in the classroom, they say, "Wow, I love that class. I want to go again to the English class." So this is amazing. I'm motivated for teachers too.
We have one last question
Yeah.
from Alice Villarreal. Can you give
Alex.
us some recommendations on how to nurture our learning at home using applications?
Of course. In fact, what I do, because it depends, okay? Because at elementary level is a little bit more difficult, because if parents don't know how to use the applications, they cannot help the children. But in my case, I teach 12th graders, so they are almost adult people. So what I do is to teach them an application. So every single trimester, I use an application. This is the application. This is how it works. So we are going to learn how to download it to your cell phones. So I use natural readers. I use Kahoot. I use live worksheets. So I help them how to use the applications so they can use it at home as independent learning. So they can use them when they want or whenever they are. So they can following learning or continue learning by themselves. So this is important to support our students in learning how to use technology, because if you don't know how to use technology, don't use it, because you are going to be like confused, and then the students are going to be confused too, and maybe it is not going to be meaningful to them. So but if you know how to use one application, so teach them how to use it and tell them the benefits of using this application at home and how much they can learn by using the application.
Thank you very much.
I would like to know who was the first questions, please, because I'm just seeing the questions at the chat. So who was the first?
And 23,
Anthony?
Edwin Tejeda.
Edwin Tejeda. Okay, we said that we are in this situation in a case like this. Would you give us some advice to be able to deal with this situation? Okay, what situation? Should we just walk away? What situation? I would like to listen to Edwin. What is the situation you are referring to? Because I want to give you an answer. Because it's confusing, because he said we are in this situation, but what is the situation? In a case like this, would you give us some advice on how you will deal with this? That's why I didn't understand the question. Edwin, are you there? When you refer to this situation, what situation is it? Okay, Edwin is not. Maybe he can type me by the chat later, because I don't want to take your time, more time.
To be a better teacher, that's what he just wrote.
Okay, to be a better teacher to be a better teacher. So first of all, you need to love your profession. So there are a lot of people working just for money, believe me and forgive me. So that's something that we need to understand. Yes, I know you are laughing, because that's true. So when you go to schools and you see the passionate professors doing a great effort to help the students to to succeeding in learning, you look like you say, wow, amazing. But there are few people, or let's see, there are a lot of people doing that, but few people just working by money. So this is the first, to love your passion, your profession. Number two, if you don't know how to do something, just ask your colleagues. So I have 23 years of experience working at Meduca and at the university level, but I don't know anything. Or everything, excuse me. I don't know everything. So when I don't know something, I call Eva. Eva, can you help me, please? Or I call other colleagues that have more experience than I have. And also, I just search the internet, and I ask ChatGPT, Gemini, or all those artificial intelligence that can help us to give us an idea, not to copy and paste, but give us an idea. So artificial intelligence is good, but you don't have to abuse, okay? Also, if you need to be updated. You need to be updated. There are people that when receive the first diploma, they feel that they don't know, they don't have to continue learning. So learning never ends. So you have to learn every single day. So I have studied a lot. My sons, my husband, my mom, and my family said, hey, ¿cuándo vas a terminar de estudiar? Y yo les digo, never. Never, because I consider that every single day something new is happening, and I want to know what is happening. When Professor Christian told me about edutainment, I said, edutainment, what is that? But I know what he said, but the terms that they use to refer to those things that we do in the classroom are unknown for us. So that's why we need to be participating in seminars, trainings, lectures. So this is the way we can improve. And remember, we are not native speakers. What does it mean? We are going to make mistakes. But if you want to improve, you have to try your best, because even when you make mistakes, so it doesn't mean you are not good. So you have to remember that teaching has three or four different aspects. Number one, the teaching skills. Number two, technological skills. Number three, language skills, language communication skills. And number four, and the most important, the emotional aspects. Okay, so those are my advice for you. So I hope I answered your question. At the beginning, I couldn't understand because you said this situation, but I didn't know what situation it was. Thank you so much, Professor Christian, for inviting me. I hope I would like to share the presentation with you. So I'm going to send it to Professor Christian so he can share it with you.
Sure. And actually, I just want to comment on something that Professor Ledelka Esquivel wrote on the box. It is important to strike a balance between educational content and entertainment. Well-designed entertainment activities should enhance rather than replace traditional learning methods, ensuring that students are both engaged and achieving learning activities. That's a very nice observation from Professor Esquivel.
Exactly. Good comment.
Sure. Well, Professor Yamilet Urriola, a member of the Panama TESOL's Veraguas chapter, we acknowledge and congratulate you for your presentation. I think the students were very identified with it. And actually, we have a very important, let's say, not a speaker, but a guest in this session. Before Professor Urriola leave the session, we invited her to stay in the session, and let's say goodbye to her with an avalanche of applauses, virtual applauses, please, as her presentation is just over. And we are moving to, don't worry for the recording, guys. I just noticed that the session is also recorded on YouTube, so we're going to share that link. So thank you for reminding me about it. So let us invite our next guest. So this, what we're going to do now, we did it last year, but this year, unfortunately, is virtually just because of the situations that are happening specifically in our region. So now it is the moment to grant the award of the person of the year. The recipient of this award has been a devoted professor, consultant, and representative of English language matters in our country. She is a distinguished Panamanian educator, bringing over 25 years of expertise in teaching English. She holds a bachelor's degree in English from Universidad de Panamá and a graduate degree in TESOL from Universidad Latina de Panamá. Her professional development is enriched by numerous specialized courses and workshops, both locally and internationally. Currently, she teaches at Instituto Profesional y Técnico Don Bosco and Universidad Latina de Panamá. She is an active member of TESOL International and AITFEL, prestigious associations in the United States and Europe. She is also the current president of Panama TESOL, the Panamanian chapter of the Global TESOL organization. Panama TESOL is a nonprofit association dedicated to advancing English language education nationwide. She frequently participates as a speaker at conferences in countries such as Argentina, the United States, France, Costa Rica, Bolivia, and Honduras, where she shares insights for her extensive teaching experience and passion for supporting educators in their professional growth. With a huge avalanche of virtual applauses, let's welcome Professor Zuleika Zapatero, President of the Panama TESOL organization, today's awarded Person of the Year. Welcome, Professor Zapatero.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Professor Christian, for your introduction. Well, first of all, good morning, everyone, distinguished guests and students. Um, I'm Zuleika Zapatero, and I am truly honored to receive this recognition for my contribution to promoting English as a tool of competitiveness in Panama. This recognition is a powerful reminder of the impact that language can have in empowering individuals and communities. I am grateful to everyone here who has been part of this recognition, directly or indirectly. Promoting English is not just about teaching language, it's about opening doors for many other activities. In Panama and across Latin America, the ability to communicate in English has the power to transform lives, creating opportunities for young people, enhancing professional skills, and connecting us to a globalized world. I have seen firsthand the eagerness of students, professionals, and educators to embrace English as a path to greater opportunities and understanding. Witnessing their journeys has been one of the most rewarding aspects of my work, where, through the program Panama Bilingue, teachers receiving training in the US and other countries where English is spoken. So my satisfaction and proud for these participants in these events make me very, very happy. Well, this recognition is not just for me alone. It belongs to every teacher, student, colleague, and organization I have worked with in advancing English education. Together, we are creating a future where our region can compete on a global stage, preparing for the future, armed with the confidence and skills that language proficiency provides. Thank you for all believing in this vision and for being part of this journey. And one anecdote, maybe in my case, in my house, nobody speaks English. Yes, where I learn in the school, studying, taking summer courses. Yes, reading, listening. So no excuses. I don't speak English. My family doesn't speak English. But if you want, you can. So let's continue our mission with even greater determination and unity. May we keep making strides to strengthen our region and enrich lives throughout the power of English. And remember that English will always open doors and will help you to grow professionally, personally. And it's a great, great opportunity to be bilingual, to speak English and Spanish, well, and many other languages. Thank you very much for this recognition and distinction.
You are very welcome, Professor Zapatero. And as I told our students of the School of English, we are planning to sign with you an agreement to keep supporting the growth of professionals related to the English language. Unfortunately, due to the weather conditions, we couldn't make it possible during these days, but hopefully it's going to be soon. Professor, I thank you for the time, for all the support. As you know, we got Professor Yamile Durriola from the Veraguas chapter of the Panama TESOL organization. And our next speaker is also in the same chapter. So we thank you for the time, for joining us in this session. We know you are a busy person, as all the ones that are organizing something we have to do in this matter. So to the audience, meet Professor Zuleika Zapatero, the Panama TESOL's president. And we want to share with you this recognition. La Universidad Tecnológico Teima y la Coordinación de Inglés confiere a Zuleika Zapatero este reconocimiento especial por su contribución y aporte en la promoción del idioma inglés como herramienta de competitividad en nuestro país. David Chiriquí, República de Panamá, 17 de noviembre de 2024, firma el vicerrector académico, el magíster Fernando Cedeño, y mi persona, el coordinador de la Escuela de Inglés, el profesor Cristian Mora. Profesora, felicidades, ha sido un gusto conocerle este año. Le comentaba a los participantes que este tipo de eventos lo que agrega a la experiencia académica es el establecimiento de un networking, que básicamente busca ampliar esa formación académica del estudiante a nivel de pregrado y posgrado, y de igual manera prepararlo para el futuro, que es tan competitivo hoy en día. Lo mencionaba la profesora Urriola también. Estas oportunidades hay que aprovecharlas. Ahora que tenemos de cerca todas las plataformas virtuales, podemos tomar ventaja de estas experiencias de formación continua, y esperamos que no sea la única oportunidad en la que Panama TESOL apoya a la universidad, y con seguridad le digo, profesora Zapatero, nosotros también dispuestos a colaborar en alianzas a futuro para traer esas experiencias académicas y profesionales, no solamente a los estudiantes, sino también al cuerpo docente de la Escuela de Inglés en cuanto al técnico, licenciatura, posgrado y maestría en inglés. Así que, profesora Zapatero, we switch back to English, and we thank you very much for being here. Hope to continue working with you. Guys, let's say goodbye to Professor Zapatero with an avalanche of virtual applauses. Professor, thank you very much. We
Thank you.
got to move
Thank
to
you.
the next speaker presentation, which is also a member of the Panama TESOL's organization. Every aspect of learning, any other feature of intelligence, can in principle be so precisely described that a machine can be made to simulate it. John McCarthy. It is time to introduce our third speaker of our international convention of this 2024. She has more than 25 years of experience as an English teacher as a foreign language. Through her career, she has had the opportunity to work with students of all levels, from preschool to college. She's currently working at the Rubén Darío Elementary School as an English teacher, besides working as a part-time English instructor at Edutainment University at their MA in TESOL program. She's also been a teacher trainer for more than 20 years, and has experience coordinating English language programs for the Ministry of Education at a regional level. She has also presented at the TESOL International Convention in 2010 and 2011. She holds a bachelor's degree in English and an MA in teaching English to speakers of other language TESOL from the University of Panama. She also holds a certification as an EFL teacher from the School of International Training (SIT) in Costa Rica and elementary science teaching certificate from the University of South Florida. She was a Hubert Humphrey Fellow in 2012 and 2013 at Boston University, where she expanded her knowledge on computer-assisted language learning, teacher training, language program management, and instructional design. From the Panama Teasels Veraguas chapter, let's welcome Ms. Eva Ramos with her speech presentation titled Bringing Artificial Intelligence into the English Language Classroom, Tools for Real-World Language Mastery. Something that I want to add to this presentation, Professor Eva, you can extend some more minutes in case you need it, because I know that this presentation is going to be a blast and you may need some more minutes to invest in order to show all the content. So let's welcome Professor Eva Ramos. Professor, you're very welcome. Very well.
Let me see. Let me just fix my, yeah. Okay. So it's quite an honor to be part of this International Congress. And as a member of Panama TISO, after what Suleika and Yamilet has shared about the importance of being part of an organization to continue learning, and you know, if you decide to be an English teacher, learning is going to be part of the process, and we have to be lifelong learners. So please join the organization. We are needing students, volunteers that are the new seats to be part of a bigger organization, because right now we are trying to create the chapters in the different provinces, and we need you to be. And Chiriquí has also its chapter. So my presentation today is something that I'm passionate about. No, I'm passionate about education, but lately I'm passionate about artificial intelligence and how it's changing the perspective and the way we teach and the way technology interacts with students, with teachers, and with life in general. So the name, as you know, is bringing AI into the English language classroom, and what I'm trying to bring today is some tools that may help you have that grasp of real world English. So, and that's is related to my objective for the day. So we are going to explore, Professor Christian gave me some extra minutes. Hopefully we got some time, and of course, the amount of AI powered tools that we have these days is limitless. We cannot give in 45 minutes, perhaps I may not encompass all the things that we have available right now, but I can at least give you a glimpse of the things that are using AI to make learning possible, to make English language learning better, and also English language teaching. Why not? So, of course, this is the objective. We are going to explore various AI tools, and of course, what is the potential used in the language classroom as a student or as a teacher from both perspectives. So definitely, I always have my agenda. We are going to have a brief introduction, and we are going to talk about virtual assistants. If you were in the forum that we had at the beginning of the year, and I talked about virtual assistants. However, every day we have updates. So I will be updating the information from that particular presentation. And then I will be sharing some AI tools that can be really useful for our students at the BA program, at the master's degree program, and for teachers to include them in their repertoire, you know, in the magic toolbox that they use when teaching in Edutainment, or if they are working at Meduca or any private institutions, they can also incorporate those tools in some capacity. And of course, I always consider that it's important to give you the tools on how to stay updated. As part of being a teacher or being an English language practitioner or professional, you have to keep updated And this is what this event is all about. And I'm going to give you some links that you can have and follow some people to get to know what is happening, and finally some conclusions about the use of AI. So one of the references that I'm using lately, and every time that I want to read about what is happening, the privacy concerns, the ethical considerations that you should have when using AI, believe it or not, there's this source that you have to look for is the World Economic Forum 2024, because AI has an impact not only in education, but in every realm, in every aspect of life right now. But I would like to share something from their website that says AI literacy requires understanding how AI works, including its principles, concepts, and applications, and how to use AI, included its limitations, implications, and ethical considerations. So we should be aware that AI still, if we talk, and already, that when we talk about AI and we are talking about generative AI, it's particularly related to the creation of ChatGPT, thanks to OpenAI in 2022, at the end of 2022. So when we come, if you're thinking how AI has grown exponentially in less than 2 years, or practically 2 years, it still is something that is growing. And of course, it has limitations that we should be aware. AI doesn't have all the answers. And depending on the applications that we use, we may have to have, my motto when it comes to AI is take it with a grain of salt. So use it, but try to find other sources and to see if the information there is actually has some reliability. Go to the real sources also. So it has limitations. But most of all, and particularly to students, it has ethical considerations. Of course, AI perhaps can write something for us, but how is that beneficial if you're learning English and you want to improve? So what I want to bring into the table today is that use AI, but thinking, is this correct? I need some help. I need to check my grammar. I need to improve my pronunciation, but do it in a way that it enhances your own learning, but it doesn't do the learning for you, because you are the one who has to learn. Those are the things that we have to consider. And I suggest to all of the instructors that are here, all of the teachers, no matter what level you are teaching, please refer to the World Economic Forum. There's an important document there that you can use when it comes to how to incorporate AI, know how it works, again, the ethical considerations, and keep you updated of the new regulations that actually probably we are going to need in the future due to AI. But I will take the good things about AI. So give me a thumbs up if you are using AI right now and some capacity. Exactly, Javier. Thanks, Javier. Zuleika. Yeah. And people are loving particularly ChatGPT. Yeah, thank you, guys. So we're using ChatGPT. And give me a thumbs up if you have used Google Gemini. Marvin has used Stephanie, Jameline. Okay. So of course, both of them are what we call virtual assistants. And every time I start my presentation on AI, of course, I introduce even 3 assistants. I think, Ladia, we will have questions at the end, but please write down any questions you may have during the presentation. So what happens is that there's another virtual assistant that is called Microsoft Copilot, but particularly for our audience, I'm not sharing Copilot because Copilot requires you to have an Outlook account. So if you don't have an Outlook account, I don't see the need to use Copilot. But ChatGPT and Google Gemini as virtual assistants and generative AI, what it means generative AI, we have discussed in previous occasion, and probably you have read, where it means that this is machine learning, where the machine using all the information that is have been fed into the system, it produces new content. It learns from itself. It learns from the interaction with the users. So that's what we call it generative AI. Probably everything that the reactions that you will get with the machine due to your prompts may be different to the answers somehow to the prompts that somebody else is providing, in another place in the world. So ChatGPT and as a language tutor is the use that I want to bring here. Why? Because and here is a QR code if you want to download the application. Yeah, definitely for organizing. But I want to bring ChatGPT use as a tutor, someone that you can use to practice. Be careful, listen. I think I have somebody. Lisette Carpintero, can you mute your microphone? Thank you. So we have, if you want to improve your vocabulary, particularly when it comes to writing, sometimes we overuse certain words. So ChatGPT is the application that you can use. You're writing a paper, but you already have your paper, but there's a word that you have been used, like we use a lot, important. So if you want to look for synonyms, if you want to look for more academic vocabulary, ChatGPT can help you with that. It can also help you with grammar practice. There's something that you don't understand from your grammar class, or as a teacher, you have issues explaining to make easier for students a particular grammar structure, then ChatGPT can help you dissect that grammar structure to make it easier for you or your students. Also, during the day, we have access to the audio at least for 5 prompts. So ChatGPT originally didn't have audio or a voice, but now we do have access to, with certain prompts, because you got a limit per day because we're using the free version. Remember, they have to make some money. They have the freemium version where we have some capabilities, and they have the premium version for those people who actually need ChatGPT on a daily basis for really tons of work, and people are doing that. But I think for our purposes, the free version works perfectly fine, and you can at least have it as a, language partner, some minutes a day, and you can practice. And I will show you. I will give you some demonstration. Also, if you want to improve your writing skills, ChatGPT can help you with that. One of the things that I like particularly, if you're writing a paper using APA, 7th edition, ChatGPT can help you with the references. It can help you, with the better outline. And perhaps you will say that ChatGPT can write the paper for you. However, we'll show you that actually teachers have the tools that they can detect if you have used ChatGPT 100%. So use ChatGPT as your helper, but don't ask ChatGPT to do the assignment for you. Just be careful with that. And also for listening, particularly if you have access to the audio, listening and reading comprehension. And another thing that sometimes, especially if we don't have contact with native speakers and we have not had the opportunity to travel abroad, then that cultural differences and understanding that particular aspect of language that we cannot get unless we get to know somebody from, or we get to travel, then ChatGPT can give you and give us that particular understanding. Like, how does this mean? Can you explain the cultural beliefs behind this language? That's something that we should consider when using ChatGPT. So this is the new, I'm going to open my ChatGPT and Um, and if you are using your cell phone, you're free to use your cell phone. If you're connected to this meeting with your computer and you want to open ChatGPT, feel free to do it. Remember that the presentation has what we call picture in picture, and the presentation will turn smaller, and you can see the presentation as well as your screen. So when it comes to ChatGPT, what I wanted to share is that we have new updates. If you have been using, probably you have already seen it, but sometimes we need to understand that as part of the free experience that we get every day, at least like 5 to 7 prompts, it depends on what you're asking ChatGPT, you have the access to these attachment icon that you can include. Connect to Google Drive, attach a document, and you can actually, if you have a document, an article that you don't understand, and you want ChatGPT to help you understanding, summarizing the article, giving you ideas of what is the key information, you can connect. You can even upload it from your computer, and ChatGPT will help you with that. And also, you can create images as part of the experience. In case you don't know, ChatGPT or OpenAI, the company was bought by Microsoft. So what happens is that Microsoft already is the owner of one of the applications from ChatGPT that is called DALL-E, like the painter, but with another spelling. And DALL-E is an image creator. So every day we have access to creating images through ChatGPT. But let's ask ChatGPT, what can he do for us if we are learning? Just imagine, I already gave you what he can do for a language learner. I'm going to ask ChatGPT, what can he do for a language teacher? How? And let me be more specific, an English language teacher. And then, of course, you hit enter, and ChatGPT will give you the answers. Lesson planning and resources, lesson ideas, activities, worksheets and quizzes, technology integration, classroom management, professional development. If you want to learn and you don't have the opportunity, you have decided to be a teacher, or you are a teacher, then this is a good professional development PD experience that you get through ChatGPT. And now with the voice that we get at least sometimes a day, we get.
As an English language teacher, here are several ways I can assist you. Lesson planning and resources. 1. Lesson ideas. Provide creative and engaging lesson plans tailored to specific topics, proficiency levels, and learning objectives. 2. Activities and exercises. Create interactive activities such as role plays, games, or writing prompts. 3. Worksheets and quizzes. Design printable worksheets, quizzes, or tests.
So this is the experience you get every day, at least for some, as I was telling you, for some prompts, and you can have the listening experience and even improving your pronunciation, your listening skills, etc. If you are a student, I don't know, probably I can ask you, I don't know if somebody wants to. There you go. I have a question here. ChatGPT have a function that you can practice speaking and AI responded. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Marvin. We can try that too. For example, we can ask ChatGPT, like, can you be my conversation partner? Think that you are a young adult and I am also a student, a college student. So you have to give ChatGPT, the better the prompts, the better the results. So you have to let ChatGPT know who he is in this environment. What is the role that you want him to play? So he can be, if you're a teacher, you can ask ChatGPT to be your teaching assistant. If you are a student, you can ask ChatGPT to be your language partner. So, hey, what's up? Have you figured out what's, let me see, let me.
Got it. Let's imagine we're both college students. What would you like to talk about? Maybe something related to classes, hobbies, college life, or upcoming events. Here's a starter. Hey, what's up? Have you figured out what to do for the group project yet? I'm still deciding on my part. Let's go from there.
So here, so actually you give ChatGPT the context, and then he will be your partner.
Same here, honestly. I've been juggling so much with classes and stuff, my brain feels fried. What's the project about again? Maybe we can brainstorm some ideas together. What's the deadline looking like?
Sorry, there you go. So see, the great thing about these language learning models that is also the experience that we have with ChatGPT and Google Gemini is that you have that kind of of a language partner. If you are a shy student, you don't dare to talk to strangers or even to your classmates. Sometimes I'm not meaning that this ChatGPT will become your friend, but at least you get the chance to practice and listen to real English with the correct pronunciation, and you can interact. That's one thing that you can do. ChatGPT can also help you when you don't understand a grammar point, when you need to organize your time. As I was telling you, to give you references following the APA format. So there are many things that ChatGPT can do for you. One thing that we should remember, nevertheless, is that the information that we provide to ChatGPT is not private. In this case, as we are using the free version, the information that we input into ChatGPT is being used to train the machine, to train ChatGPT to become better. And try not to provide very specific private information about yourself. Just try to use this as any app with the privacy concerns that you should have. And I always tell people, just remember, even ChatGPT says ChatGPT can make mistakes and check important info, because we don't know. This is one of the ones that I'm going to talk, Vanessa. Thank you for sharing. Actually, if you have been using English, this is one of the applications that I will be talking to. So of course, this experience of a language partner, someone that can help you with your grammar, someone that can help you with writing, can give you feedback, give you ideas, and this is all that you can do with ChatGPT. And teachers also can create assessments, new ideas for projects, ideas to integrate technology. So the things are limitless. One important thing is connect your personal user or your institutionalized account to the ChatGPT. So ChatGPT remembers your queries and your prompts. So actually he knows who you are, and you don't have to tell him. You just ask the prompt, and ChatGPT already knows the context. So this is, of course, when you use ChatGPT as your language tutor. Or your teaching assistant. Let me go back. Gemini. When we talk about Google Gemini, and I saw that some people gave me a thumbs up that they were using Google Gemini. And if you haven't used it, remember that as a user from Oteima, we are using the Google Word Suite, and we have access to Google Gemini from our Edutainment account. So Google Gemini originally was called BAR when they were developing this artificial intelligence model. They call it a little bit different because they say this is, of course, it's generative AI, but they call it a language learning model. What is a language learning model? Is that you train the model with the language that you provide to the model, and he starts completing sentences and asking, creating things based on the prompts you provide, and looking for all the information that is available on the web. And who is the best to do that? Of course, Google, because with the browser, with everybody using, most of the people using Chrome as their preferred browser. So Google has the information just as well as Microsoft. So Google they didn't use ChatGPT. They created their own language model. And the difference between Gemini, let me tell you, is that Gemini always has a voice. He not only in the just for some prompts, Gemini has a voice. So you can interact with Gemini, and you can provide audio interaction. So actually you can do similar to what I was doing with ChatGPT, but I can provide audio prompts using your cell phones, using your computers. And most importantly, what happens with Gemini is that, let me read it for you from the screen. You now have added protection data, so your data isn't used to train or improve any generative AI models. So actually the information that you share with Gemini is, we can say, safer than the one that you use with ChatGPT. What the difference with Gemini is that Gemini, of course, you can add images and it can turn images into text. The way it can be a language tutor or a language assistant, a teaching assistant, works similarly. But what I like about it is that it has this audio component that I can interact. Hello, Gemini. Can we talk today? I need a language partner.
Yes, we can talk today. I'm happy to be your language partner. I can help you with a variety of things, such as vocabulary. I can help you learn new words and phrases. Grammar. I can help you understand and use grammar correctly. Pronunciation. I can help you practice your pronunciation. Conversation. I can help you practice your conversation skills. Just let me know what you'd like to work on, and we can get started.
And actually, I love his voice. The perfect language partner, right? And just imagine that I'm going to change, and I'm going to tell him that Gemini, you know what? I was thinking that I need some help as a teacher, rather. So can you be my teaching assistant? And right now I'm teaching a course on conversation. I don't know what topics may be interesting for my young adult students. They are between 20 and 25. And I will be teaching for 14 weeks. Can you help me with that? So whether you are a teacher.
Yes, I can help you with that. I can generate interesting topics for your young adult students, and I can also provide you with some teaching tips and resources. Here are some topics that you could cover in your conversation course. Current events. This is a great way to get your students talking about what's going on in the world. You can discuss current events.
And that's why those are the things. Of course, the models are very similar, but sometimes the capabilities are different. And especially as ChatGPT has a limited set of prompts that you can ask him every day. And if you say, okay, it says memory is full, it will tell you you cannot ask any prompt anymore. And then you can use Gemini. But for a language partner, Gemini maybe, or for a teaching assistant, it can also have great advantages. One recommendation, whenever you can, find ways, even using the AI, to learn how to make good prompts. Actually, they are calling that prompt engineering. Even people are studying prompt engineering right now. So the better your prompts, the better your queries, and how you write your particular request for the artificial intelligence, the better the results. So that's, if you want to look into it, it's called, let me write it down in the chat box. It's called prompt engineering. So actually we have to learn how to create effective prompts to get better results. So definitely this would be, we can use ChatGPT and Google Gemini for many things, But for the language classroom perspective, I was just wanted to introduce the uses of ChatGPT and Google Gemini as tutors, language tutors, or teaching assistant if you're a teacher. And I think, well, we have another one of my favorite tools. Probably people give me a thumbs up if you have used Elsa Speak. We have Yaritza, Javier. Oh, Javier, you are into technology. Vanessa, Noel, Michelle, excellent. So if Elsa, and give me, thank you guys. And now give me a thumbs up if you haven't used Elsa, or a thumbs down. It can be the other way around. So we have some people reacting. So what happens with Elsa is that Elsa becomes actually that language tutor that you need, and can give you, one of the key aspects of AI is personalized learning. These applications have the ability to tailor the experience to your needs, based on what you provide, the information you provide, or in this case, Elsa will record you will be using with your cell phone, and Elsa will ask you to record yourself, and she will detect what are the issues that you have with pronunciation. If you're missing your S's, if you don't pronounce the past tense, if there are certain issues with, the TH, the common pronunciation problems that we as Spanish or speaking people may have. And then Elsa may detect particularly what are the issues, and then create a course just for you. Of course, Elsa has the premium version where you have to pay, and it's kind of expensive if you ask me. But Elsa also have the free version that I like, and that is as efficient as the premium version. The only downside is that you are allowed to use it for 10 minutes. But I think 10 minutes a day of conversation practice may help a lot, for improving vocabulary, for improving your pronunciation skills, your fluency. And if it's for free, having that opportunity of this experience with Elsa, it's quite amazing. Let me tell you what can you do with Elsa. And remember, this is mobile, so this is not available for desktop. This is an application that if you are a teacher teaching at any, I would suggest this with middle school, high school, and up, not with elementary, because students don't have access to cell phones that much, most of them. So with your students, if you're teaching like 12th graders, 11th graders, you can ask them to download Elsa, and Elsa can detect their issues with pronunciation. It can be something that you can do at the very beginning of the year, and the students can do a screenshot of the results, and then at the end of the year we can see the progress, and that's quite a great experience, both on the side of the students and the teacher, to see how technology can help and that's actually great for research also, can help students develop good pronunciation, fluency, and of course, vocabulary. So based on the information provided on the website, the ELSA Speak website, it says it can be a pronunciation tutor. As we were talking about, Jamile was talking about in her presentation about immediate feedback. So that's one of the characteristics of these AI tools. Instant feedback. You get feedback in real time. You don't have to wait for 7 days or 5 days for the results. You get the results immediately. You will get the opportunity to practice your language. You can track your progress. And of course, something that is happening these days is that people are oriented to just learn for bite size. Like people are into TikTok because they learn how to cook in 30 seconds. I don't know how is that possible, but people believe that they can cook in 30 seconds with just a video. But that's what we call bite-sized lessons. So 10 minutes a day may count at the end of a year, at the end of 6 months to improve your language. And of course, the free version that it provides, you have a free and a premium version, but the free version has lots of features, not that you can use, and especially if it's for free, I'll take it. So let me show you just. It's a 1 minute video so you get a sense. Ideally, it would be good to explore ELSA, but you already will have the information. And I advise you, if speaking is one of the issues that you have, pronunciation is one of the problems that you have with English language learning, then this is a great application that you can use. Let me show you the video.
Hello, I am Elsa Speak. In this video, I will demonstrate how to utilize our new feature, Elsa AI. Are you ready to be your personal English AI tutor to master fluency and speak with confidence? Within the application, navigate to the Discover section and select Elsa AI to begin. Grant the necessary permissions for Elsa to generate personalized content for you. Let us begin with a sample scenario from Elsa for a job interview. If you are uncertain at any point, select the light bulb button for suggested responses from Elsa. You may choose or read from these suggestions. Upon completion of the role play, please wait momentarily while Elsa evaluates your English skills and provides suggestions for improving your pronunciation, grammar, and vocabulary. That concludes.
So this is just a taste. ELSA has different modes. It can have, if you want to practice for a particular setting, a job interview, daily conversations, or you simply want to improve your pronunciation and particular sounds, that's also applicable. So you decide what works for you. And is actually very reliable and is easy to use, very user-friendly, if you ask me. That's why I always recommend it to my students. The other application that I'm bringing today is Vanessa already shared that she knows about Glitch. Sounds like a tongue twister, but we know that we can use ChatGPT. And we can use Google Gemini. And of course, Elsa. Well, Elsa is not that kind of a language partner. He is a pronunciation partner. But Glitch is your language partner. And in my case, probably I already use all the free minutes that I had for Glitch. What happens with Glitch is that it's not only for English language learning. You can practice any language. And let me just click on, yeah. And you can decide what is the topic that you want to talk, and it feels like a real conversation. Let me tell you, it feels like a real conversation. The only thing is that in the free version, let me share so you know, in the free version, we only have 10 minutes. Since 10 minutes is our the maximum that we can get for free, but we'll take it. 10 minutes with Elsa, 10 minutes with English, and we are ready to practice. Just speak for 10 minutes every day. That's what it says. And you can speak to that partner, and it feels like that you're talking to somebody real. Let me see if I already, I use all my minutes today, but this is how it looks. This is in Elsa would be mobile. Glitch would be desktop. So right now they don't have a mobile application, but I think the desktop application works. So of course you have to connect and grant the permissions, and Glitch will remember you using your Google account. And just imagine, like, I don't want to learn English, but I will try English. But if you are into Japanese, Korean, Chinese, French, any language. So this is a language partner. You only have to decide what do you want to practice. Then what I like about this is that you can simply talk to Glitch about any topic. But particularly if you're a teacher and you are teaching about habits and routines, you're teaching about giving directions, giving personal information, the key aspects of conversation that we should include in our classes: greetings, telling the time, understanding and using numbers. That looks like the understanding and using prices. But also if you want to have a role play, like appointment at the doctor's office, asking a stranger for help at the bakery, at the coffee shop. So you have all these interactions, and at least for 10 minutes for free, and that's amazing. Let me talk to English to see if I still have. I'm not sure if I have. I'm going to allow this time, and I'm going to start.
Hey, I'm Gliglish. Let's practice your English. What would you like to talk about?
I want to talk about my family. Yeah, I ran out of credits. I told you. Well, I ran out of my 10 minutes, but that's the idea. Because it was so much fun talking to Gliglish, let me tell you. Natalia, if you don't mind you can mute your, and Gliglish can give you those 10 wonderful minutes of interaction. I think I have somebody. I'm not the owner of the meeting, so if somebody from technical support, I have somebody with the microphone on. Thank you. Thanks. So that would be Glitch for free. 10 minutes are just amazing. I don't know if it's not Natalia. I think that Natalia is the one that has her microphone. Natalie, if you don't mind, can you thank you. There you go. Okay, let me show you here. So Glitch, it's also a great partner that actually you can have that experience of real language use with a virtual partner. So probably you have used as teachers, and students have used Grammarly. And Grammarly has been here before generative AI. What happens is that now with AI, we get better results, even faster feedback, and the ones that I'm sharing here are simply the AI features from Grammarly that Grammarly has now. And for instructors, Grammarly also has an AI detector. An AI detector that can help you see if your student actually wrote the paper. I'm sorry for the students, but I have to share this with the teachers. I'm sorry, Javier. Yeah. So you input some part of the text from your student's paper, and Grammarly will tell you if it was 100% AI generated. So of course, I know that you can use, I was telling you, use AI to help you check for your mistakes, but make sure you practice your own writing. The only way to learn how to write the paper is by writing the paper itself. What I like about Grammarly is that you can check grammar. You can have a paraphrasing tool, particularly when you're doing research. This is valid. You can use Grammarly for that. when you are quoting a paper, an article, research, and then you are trying to put you into, using your own words, sometimes the words don't come out right, and your paraphrasing skills are not that good. So Grammarly can help you with that. So those are the things that we can use, take advantage of what Grammarly can do for us, in a sense. And also, what I like about Grammarly, probably you already are using it, is that you can install Grammarly for Windows. Is you're using, Office is your application of choice when typing text or doing any assignment or even PowerPoint, then you have Grammarly for Windows. But if you're using, like in this experience, Edutainment student or teacher, we are using Chrome, and we are using Google Office, the workspace, then we install Grammarly for Chrome. So in the website, you will have access to all of these applications and even Grammarly for Android. The free version, of course, will never be as good as the premium version, because the premium version is fantastic. But if you don't need to pay for Grammarly, at least it can check most of the mistakes and to tell you what is happening when you're writing a paper. That's one thing that I love about Grammarly. And for teachers, Grammarly also has, you only have to type plagiarism checker, and then Grammarly can check plagiarism. Not AI generation only, but also if an application was, if your student actually copy and pasted, I'm sorry guys, but I have to, this is, teachers are also here. So you can check plagiarism. Make sure that when you install, let me see, this is my browser. I'm just sharing my tab. But when you go into the Chrome store, there is where you install the extension from Grammarly. See? It says Grammarly for Chrome, and then immediately you will get the message on how to install it in your browser. And Grammarly will be checking your emails, checking your Google Docs, checking anything that you do in the interface of Chrome. And for free, that's great. So the only thing is that you have to grant permissions and go into the Chrome store and install Grammarly. If you like to use Word, this is the link. If you like to use Word, then of course, then you will have to install Grammarly for Windows. But anyway, Grammarly in any environment is an amazing resource. And if you are an instructor, guys, let me tell you, the paid version is worth every penny. Yeah, it makes my job easier, lots easier. So let me now share. Let me continue share this tab. There you go. So Grammarly, of course, you want to improve your grammar, check your papers. Grammarly is and the AI features it offers is the application you have. So at the end, what are the benefits of using AI properly and from both perspectives? For students, you will have personalized learning, real-time feedback that nobody can give you at that speed. You can have your writing assistant right there at your fingertips in your computer or from your cell phone. You have a conversation partner. And of course, if you use Gemini or you use Glitch, you use Elsa Speak or Glitch, you may have a conversation partner. And of course, you will have access to authentic materials. For us as teachers, the possibilities are as limitless as for the students. Create personalized experiences for your students. Develop effective lesson planning. One thing that I like, I think Jamile was talking about project-based learning. The ideas that you can get for project-based learning on AI are something that I have never thought. So let me advise you, get ideas for your projects, get ideas on how to provide effective and authentic assessment, and there are a variety of sources. Something that I forgot to share, particularly for teachers or students doing research, is that Gemini, a little bit different to ChatGPT, Gemini provides the links to the resources. So you can click on the links when you're asking for some information. And of course, if you're having issues with classroom management at any level, then you can ask for help also to your AI teaching assistants. Where you can get more information, these are my 3 references that I will provide you. If you follow these 3 people, you will be on the right path to learn more about technology. There's this is a blog. It's called That Textbook by Matt Miller. Matt Miller, the funny thing is Matt Miller was a journalist, but then he got into educational technology, and he has become a reference. If you follow his blog, and you will have the information, all the links to this in the pictures when you have the presentation. If you follow the blog, you will have access to his newsletter, what is happening on AI, on technology, and then particularly this December, there's like a forum similar to this, but for a whole month where you get the experience to listen to presentations on the use of technology in education. My second resource is Shake Up Learning. Katie Bell is also an educational technology expert. She has a podcast on Spotify, and she has her like kind of a blog. And the first time that I heard about ChatGPT was thanks to her. And it was in 2022. December 2022, I was listening to her podcast, and suddenly she was talking about ChatGPT, and then I said, what's this? And then I said, is that safe? And then that's where everything started. And another great reference from one educational technologist from Canada, that he has a Facebook page, has a blog, has a website, Educators Technology, always updating teachers on what is the technology that we can use to make our classes engaging, efficient, relevant. Some conclusions. Believe it or not, most of the tools that we're using right now are AI powered, in some capacity. So tools that we have been using for a while, now they have AI powered, because they want to take advantage of the technology that we have these days. Number 2, if you're a teacher or you want to be a teacher, do not be afraid. AI is never going to replace teachers. But it's teachers who know how to use AI and how to detect AI will be more efficient. And number 3, learning happens when you leave your comfort zone. And I do agree with Jamilet that you have to use technology that you feel comfortable using it in your classes. But also, if you are not a person that is oriented, or that you don't feel that you are technology literate enough, you have to leave your comfort zone to start learning, because we are in 2024, 24 years in the 21st century, and technology is here to stay. So we have to use it, and we cannot fall behind, especially in this profession. And if you want to grab the presentation, that's the QR code. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Eva. You're always delighting us with this, let's say, avalanche of information. But that's so important for us that are, like blending this type of approaches. So we have some questions for you, Professor Eva. And the first one comes from Michela Rosemena. As a teacher, what methods do you use to maximize the benefits of artificial intelligence while managing students' dependence on it used to complete assignments and exams?
what methods do I use for completing assignments and exams? Oh, that's a quite broad question. So
Yeah, it's a broad
actually,
question.
so what I actually believe, and I do agree, I always make this metaphor that I believe that good education is like a good wedding ceremony. You need something old and something new. And if you can, you have your own approach to teaching, and you have your methods that you have used for years and that have been proven, effective with your students. Keep using those. And if you believe that for an exam you have to create your exam uh, based on what you're teaching, but also you can get some new ideas, something new from using any AI virtual assistant to get some new ideas on how to approach tasks that you were doing before. So regarding assignments, I don't know if that's the direction that she wants to take. What I'm doing right now is actually in my rubrics with my adult students, I'm including AI generated information, because we have to be aware that students are using AI. So that's something that I'm using with my adult students. It's not that I'm not giving them the option of using AI, but I need to know when they are using AI. And that will be part of the things that I will be using for assignments and for the rubric that I create for assessing those assignments. But I generate new ideas and content for my classes, and thanks to AI, let me tell you.
We have another question.
Mhm.
It comes from Blake Mitri. Do you think it is necessary for all students to start using artificial intelligence tools in their learning process?
Blazing, I think you have to decide what are your needs. But let me tell you, if I were a student at this point in time and somebody tells me that there's this application that can help me improve my English pronunciation, then I will use it. I do not mean that you have to become an AI addict or something like that, but I think you have to try things that may help you with your language learning. And if an application doesn't work for you anymore, you don't use it. You give it a try, and then that's where learning happens. But overusing things wouldn't be that much either. But we have to be aware that AI is also there to help us. Listen,
This
but
question
that's
is the following. It comes from Marvin Samudio.
Mhm.
What is your opinion on those virtual assistants? Do you prefer traditional classes or learning with these assistants?
Who was that? uh, the person who asked that question. Well, let me tell you, I like having an assistant. It saves a lot of time. Let me tell you, for example, ChatGPT can help me create a rubric just in seconds. I just have to provide with the description of the assignment, and ChatGPT will create the rubric for me, and even with the points, because he knows already who am I and who is my target population, my students. Then it doesn't mean that I'm going to keep the rubric as it is, but I can edit and tweak the rubric a little. And also having an assistant that will give me real life examples. For example, I want to create sentences to complete my students missing, fill in the blanks, and some sentences for my students to practice a particular grammar structure. Then, of course, I will ask ChatGPT to create those sentences that reflect real life use, and based on my students' level of English, what they like to do, I provide all that information, and that assistant will help me. It doesn't mean that I have changed the way I teach, because of course I have improved the way I teach, but I teach, and that assistant helps me saving time, things that were taking forever, perhaps creating a rubric.
Thank you. So the next question comes from Ezequiel Rodriguez, Professor Eva. In your experience, which tool you consider user-friendly for starting a language, and why?
For starting a language, you know what, Ezequiel? People are using Duolingo. Duolingo has now AI personalized experience, and if you think that you want to improve, all your skills, Duolingo perhaps may be the application that you can use. But if you want to improve only your pronunciation, your fluency, then Elsa would be the application for you. However, any of the virtual assistants that we have right now, ChatGPT, Gemini, there's another one called Claude, can help you with whatever concern you have if you know how to ask. And they can give you practice or the resources where to learn more.
When recommending the use of artificial intelligence assistants to run projects or assignments, what criteria do you suggest using to assess real knowledge and comprehension?
Okay, that's probably a question from an instructor. What I suggest is that when you are asking your students, let me give you an example. You ask your students to write an essay on what is happening right now, global warming, climate change, etc. And your students have to write an essay, and well, a student may, something to make things interesting would be to ask a student to ask ChatGPT to write an essay, and to ask Gemini, Google Gemini, to ask an essay on the topic. And then ask the student, can you write something better? And within the rubric, you have to get what part of the information was written by the student. Did you use AI to help you with the grammar? Did you use AI to organize your outline? So those are the things that you have to consider and include in the rubric, so the students know that perhaps they can generate ideas, but that any of the AI assistants cannot do their work if they are trying to be, correct and honest. And for teachers, I'm sorry guys, but I'm going to share another application just for teachers. It's called Breeze Teaching, if probably you don't know it, but the link is in the chat. breezeteaching.com. If you're a teacher, Breeze Teaching it gets installed in the Chrome browser as an extension. And when you are checking a paper, sorry guys, sorry for the students. When you're checking a paper, it tells you how much time the student spent writing that paper. So if he spent 5 minutes, it was created with AI. And there are so many things that you can do with Breeze Teaching. So just an extra application for teachers. We have to survive. We have to survive the AI era. We have to embrace all the new capabilities that we have now thanks to AI, but also as instructors, we have to find the ways to continue making sure that our students are doing their job.
Yes, as you said, sorry for the students, but that's how we back up.
Yes.
So we have our last question, Professor Eva. It comes from Joanny Morales. Do you think using artificial intelligence is beneficial for our mental growth? I understand it helps us to do things faster, but do you think it also helps us develop new skills?
That's quite an interesting question. And there's the concern that everything will become automatic. Will become automatic, and people will, just ask ChatGPT for answers and they will do what ChatGPT says. But I believe, let me tell you, that there has to be a balance. And sometimes ChatGPT in the answers can provide me with things that are new to me, that I didn't know about this. So then I will go to the source, and I still, even though I have answers from AI, and remember what I read about at the disclaimer that ChatGPT has at the bottom that says, do not trust, like all not the information is, you need to check the information. So it doesn't matter what virtual assistant you use You have to double check the information, because one of the things that we always have a concern when it comes to technology, and particularly these large language models, is bias. Who is feeding the information? If they want us to believe certain things are right, they will feed us with that information in the model. So we need to find other sources and keep using the sources, for example, in education, that we have organizations, blogs, experts, and keep reading real things, like magazines, ebooks, journals, etc., to get some information. Learning will happen anywhere. And let me tell you, I have learned with artificial intelligence, and I keep reading things because I like to read and learn about what is happening.
Professor Eva, we really thank you for your participation as a member of the Panama TESOL's organization of the Veraguas branch, this case chapter. We feel more than thankful for your outstanding speech presentation. As told before, we hope speakers like you collaborate with us in the future in the organization of these activities that bring to students and teachers updated information regarding the learning of the English language and, of course, the instruction of this. So we are moving to our last presentation of today's session. I've just shared in the message. Oh, yes, please, let's say goodbye to Professor Eva with an avalanche of applauses. Thank you,
Thank you
Professor
for the
Eva.
opportunity.
Thanks to you, as always. So just before you leave, I just shared with you guys a link. It's going to be at the last message. There we have the evaluation of this activity, this event. So please make sure you complete it before the last presentation is over. It is important for us to keep innovating, to keep doing things better for you guys. As a coordination of the School of English, always organize activities for you and teachers. So please feel free to click on the link and complete this Google form, which is an evaluation for this activity. So we're moving to the last presentation. We have an invited guest from the USA Embassy. Just let me check one thing here. Okay. So project-based learning is an engaging way to allow students to explore many different interests, all while engaging in collaboration, problem solving, and social responsibility, just like the real world, William word. As told, our last speaker for this International English Convention is originally from North Palm Beach, Florida, USA. She graduated cum laude from the University of Notre Dame with a bachelor's degree in literature, philosophy, and education. She's here in Panama on a Fulbright scholarship as an English teaching assistant at UTP Chiriquí, where she works at the Centro Especializado de Lenguas. She also teaches an English literature class in the business communication major at UTP. From the Fulbright English Teaching Assistant Program of the USA Embassy in Panama, let's welcome Ms. Quinn McKenna with her speech presentation titled, A Project-Based Approach to Language Acquisition. Let us welcome Quinn.
Hi, everybody. I am so happy to be here with you all today. I hope you can hear me all right. But yes, today I am excited to give a presentation talking a little bit about my experience with project-based learning and why I think it is so incredibly important and so impactful and, quite frankly, one of the best ways, in my opinion, to teach English to English language learners. So let me make sure that I can share my screen. I'm not super familiar with Google Meets, I must say. Let's see. Okay. Maybe present. Okay. Let's see. Can everybody see this? Yes? Okay. Are you seeing the actual presentation, or are you seeing my whole screen with the tabs and everything like that?
We can see all the presentation, Queen. Thank
Only
you.
the presentation?
Yeah, the presentation.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Okay. Thank you. Okay, yes. So thank you very much for the introduction, Professor Christian. And yes, today I will be presenting on a project-based approach to language acquisition, how project-based learning can lead to positive educational experiences for students studying English. So, okay. Just to give you a bit of an overview of my presentation, because I always think it is important to signpost, as we say, I will begin with an introduction, tell you a bit more about myself, and then I will go into my own background with project-based learning. Then I will address the research-backed benefits of project-based learning, generally speaking. And then I will go into project-based learning in English language classrooms. And then I will share a video of an example of project-based learning in an English classroom. So this will be less interactive than I wanted it to be, just by nature of being online, which happens, but it's important to adapt. So there is some opportunity for participation. And I ask, when I do ask for participation, people participate. I know it can be uncomfortable sometimes to participate online, but just please, please, please just unmute yourself and say something. Okay, so now a little bit about me. As I was so kindly introduced, I graduated from the University of Notre Dame, which is in Indiana, in the United States. I studied literature, philosophy, and education. So education has always been such a passion of mine. I have always had a really deep love and appreciation for educational philosophy. And with that comes an understanding of project-based learning, why it is so good in comparison to other styles of teaching. And also I bring with me a bit of teaching experience, classroom experience. So in the United States, I taught in a preschool. I worked with children ages like 2 to 6 years old, so a wide range. And in those classrooms, I developed a strong understanding of how we as human beings learn, right? Because especially when we're with younger students, we see how adaptable we are and how much we can soak in and how much we can learn. And I also have experience teaching English as a language to native speakers, with reading and writing, and that gave me a good foundation to teach English to non-native English speakers, and that has been my greatest love. I love TESOL. I love teaching English to non-native speakers, because I think it presents such a beautiful opportunity to grow in our understanding of one another, to grow in our understanding of our own minds and how we, express ourselves. I just think it is so beautiful and spectacular. But then more about project-based learning. In my secondary education, so from the time I was 14 to 18 years old, I was at a project-based school. which is really interesting because back when I was in high school, this was relatively new. Research was just really beginning and taking ground on a project-based learning approach. So I absolutely loved my high school experience. I feel that my teachers who used project-based learning approaches set me up phenomenally for college and beyond. And yeah, so I'm just so excited to be presenting on this because it holds such a special place in my heart, not only TESOL, but also project-based learning. So I'm very, very excited to be with you guys. So before we get into it all, this is my attempt at engaging with you guys and interacting online. So this is a word cloud. And what I ask you to do is I ask you to scan this QR on the top. So this up here, please scan that. And once you do, it should take you to a page where you can just write a few words. And I want you to think of words that you would describe project-based learning with. So there are no correct answers. I'm just curious before we actually get into it, what people know about project-based learning, what people think of it. So yeah, just tell me if that works, okay? Okay, this is great. I am seeing some good, okay, educational, collaboration, engaging, building, e-learning. E-learning is very good, especially in our increasingly digital age, right? Intense, interesting. Yes, these are all great. Okay. Okay, interesting is a big one. Good. Application, productive, demanding. Yes, especially if we are, trying to learn a new approach, a new process, that can definitely be demanding on us. Real life situations. Yes, great. I'm going to talk about that later. Useful, amusing. Okay, good. Let's see. Okay, very good. Focus and discipline. Okay, great. So what I will ask of you guys now is any brave people who wrote something who would like to share why they wrote their word. Please just unmute yourself and let's have a conversation.
Queen, we'll keep in mind about asking questions at the end, but if you are interested, what I can do for you to help you out is that they text the questions or type them here in the message, and I will read them to you at this point.
Okay, that's actually totally okay. We can save questions for the end. I am just grateful for the participation here because I wanted to see kind of what you guys thought before we start the real presentation, and this served that purpose. So if people want to save speaking until the very end, that's totally good with me.
Yeah, guys, if you want to participate, please make sure you type the questions so Queen can read them and answer.
Okay, great. Sounds good. Okay, so then moving on. Okay, where? Okay, so some pictures aren't loading, but that's okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my experience with project-based learning in high school. So over here, you can see a very young version of myself in my biology classroom. And what my teacher's approach to biology was let's have students with the microscopes looking at real world issues in our community. So I was looking at algae blooms in a lake, which was close to our school. And the problem with these algae blooms was that they had cancerous bacteria that was causing issues in humans and animals in our community. So she basically told us that we could come up with a problem in the community and find a way to address it. And so I decided to look at this bacteria called microcystin. It's not important now, but just for some background. And I was able to actually go into the community with my testing tubes and collect water samples and use those water samples and examine them. And I was not just reading about this stuff in a textbook. I was actually going into the community and figuring out, how I can use what I had learned in the classroom in the real world. And this resulted in me being able to present my findings at a university conference when I was 16 years old. And that really did so much for me as a student because I gained so much confidence. And I also gained, a better understanding of problems that were actually happening in my community. I wasn't just in my classroom. My teacher was not just telling me about these problems. I was actually experiencing them and researching them. And that was one example of a project-based approach to learning. Another project-based approach to learning in my high school was through philosophy and government classes. So, for example, in my government class, instead of just learning in a textbook what our Supreme Court is, what the judicial branch is, all those things, we actually had a mock trial. So there were people in my class who were assigned to be the lawyers, the witnesses, the case writers, all these different roles that are actually in the courtroom, we became. And we got briefed. We had a real situation. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think somebody got into a car accident and they were being sued. And we needed to, pretend that we were actually in the courtroom. And this lasted about a month in our curriculum. And this was fantastic because everything I learned about our judicial system in the United States really stayed in my brain because I was participating in something. I was pretending that I was actually in those situations. And that made me remember so much more than just reading a textbook and being quizzed on vocabulary, So that was fantastic. And then another example was something we had called Ethics Bowl. And Ethics Bowl was similar to debate, but it was centered around philosophy. So we had real world situations on a piece of paper, and we had to identify what ethical system we could use to solve whatever problem we were presented. So again, real world situations, like a very real world approach to learning. So like I said earlier, I love project-based learning and I'm very excited to be here with you all. Okay, so more on what is project-based learning, okay? There are 3 main pillars to project-based learning, and that includes problem solving, exploration and inquiry, and collaboration and reflection. So these are 3 identifying tenets of project-based learning, because there are many approaches to teaching that kind of include these things, but project-based learning has all 3 components. However, when we think about project-based learning and what it really does for students, is the biggest thing is that it builds confidence. And as educators, as instructors, whether it's in a language classroom or not, we want to instill confidence in our students. Because at the end of the day, if students are not confident, they are not participating, and therefore they are not learning as much. And especially when we think about the language classroom, confidence is of the utmost importance. And especially during my time in Panama, I have encountered so many students learning English who come in and speak with me, and they say, "Oh, Miss Quinn, I just feel like I can't speak because I get so worried that I'm going to say something wrong or I'm going to sound unintelligent." And what I always tell them is that we are in a judgment-free environment, especially in the language classroom. We really need to make sure that we are not judging, and we therefore are able to, instill this confidence in our students, and they are able to speak more. And that is how they get better, right? And so project-based learning especially builds so much confidence in students. And that is just another reason why I think it is so powerful, especially in the language classroom. But before we really address project-based learning in the English classroom, we need to identify what project-based learning is in general. So here I have quoted a 2017 paper from Barbara Condiff, who is an incredible education scholar. And if anybody is interested, I can send them her study after the presentation. But basically, she talks about project-based learning as a teaching approach rooted in the progressive education movement, which centers the student experience in education and promotes experiential approaches. And it can theoretically be implemented in any subject area. So I talked about my science classroom, I talked about my government classroom, and we will be talking about the language classroom. Project-based learning is not just something that works well for one subject. It is a teaching approach that works in an entire school. And it emphasizes the importance of the project as the central vehicle of instruction and of students as active participants in the construction of knowledge. So this goes back to the confidence portion of it as well. Students are active participants in their learning. So not only are they gaining confidence, but they have agency, right? And they are partially in charge of their learning process and their learning journey. So that makes them just inherently more invested in what they are learning. And that's what we want for our students. We want them to be involved. We want them to be interested. And project-based learning does exactly that. And other studies show that schools that use a project-based learning approach have pointed to positive effects on students' engagement, motivation, and beliefs in their own efficacy. So this is exactly what I was just explaining. Project-based learning builds this confidence in our students because they are involved in the process. They are not just sitting at a desk and looking at their professor at the front of the classroom. They are involved. And what this does is it makes students feel, empowered. empowered is the best word to describe it. And of course, when we talk about any educational philosophy or approach, it is important to bring up what critics say as well. And when it comes to project-based learning, a lot of critics say that project-based learning does not necessarily execute content-based knowledge or produce content-based knowledge in traditional subject areas. So in math, science, reading, those things, project-based learning doesn't kind of produce substantial student outcomes. That's what critics say, but I'm going to tell you that I disagree with that entirely, because project-based learning has a number of design principles that ensures positive educational outcomes for students. It's not just, oh, let's do a fun project and that's how you will learn. There are actual steps in place that promise positive student outcomes, the same way that a content-based knowledge approach promises positive student outcomes. So thinking about the design principles in project-based learning, there are three primary ones that I want to discuss with you. And that is driving questions to motivate learning, target significant learning goals, and use projects to promote learning. So these are three primary principles that dictate, positive student outcomes in project-based learning. So what I mean when I say a driving question that motivates learning is that it provides continuity and coherence to the full range of project activities. And you might say, what exactly does that mean? All that is that there is a central question at the beginning of a project that students are working towards answering. So it provides structure to the process, and it allows students to stay focused on the task at hand. Next is targeting significant learning goals. So this teaches students the important content standards, concepts, and in-depth understandings that are fundamental to school subject areas and academic disciplines. So this is kind of directly in conversation with the critique that project-based learning does not deliver content-based knowledge. This design principle makes teachers outline exactly what the learning goals are in the process, and it allows students to stay focused and address those goals and meet those goals. But then in my opinion, obviously the integral part of project-based learning, the most important part, is using projects to promote learning. However, importantly, projects are not just, like I say here, an accent to regular teaching methods. In a regular teaching method, it might be, let's read this book as a class, and then you create a book report and you present the book report. That would be a final presentation that is an accent to the regular teaching method of standing at the front of the classroom and telling your students what to think and what to do. Whereas with project-based learning, projects are entirely central to the curriculum. So this is one of my favorite quotes ever. Projects are not the culmination of learning, as they often are in standard classrooms, but instead are the process through which learning takes place. So, like I said, it is not just the final outcome, it is the beginning, middle, and end of the learning process in these classrooms, which is fantastic. So now, finally, how can this style be applied to an English language classroom? And as I address that, I want to first address 4 TESOL methods that I think perfectly coincide with project-based learning, because there are so many TESOL methods. I don't think I could even name all of them. I don't think I could even tell you the exact number. But these are 4 that I think are the best to think about when we are thinking about project-based learning. So the first is the integrated skills approach, which, you know, combines listening, speaking, reading, and writing, rather than teaching these skills in isolation, right? As English teachers, we want to incorporate all of it together because that is how we communicate in the real world. Next is communicative language teaching, which is my single favorite teaching approach in English classrooms. And this is the teaching approach that focuses on real life situations and aims to develop communicative competence. So why are we learning a new language? It's not so that we can write a good essay. It's so that we can communicate with more people effectively, right? Next is collaborative learning, which is so important, especially with project-based learning. It emphasizes group work to solve problems, complete tasks, or create projects, fostering social and interpersonal skills. And then lastly is task-based language teaching, which focuses on completing meaningful real-world tasks where language use is the vehicle for achieving objectives rather than the end goal. So what you might see here is a common thread. All 4 of these TESOL methods address the real world. You know, how can language acquisition be used in the real world? There are other TESOL methods that have more to do with, you know, actual like teaching practices or approaches to, you know, language learning in the classroom. But these 4 TESOL methods all have a common thread of being applicable in the real world outside of the classroom as well. So more about each of these and how they directly link to project-based learning and TESOL. So with the integrated skills approach, learners use multiple skills simultaneously, reflecting how language is used in real life. Why does this work? It reflects the complexity of real-world communication. So this is very essential because when we think about how we use our native language, every single day we use it in listening, in writing, in speaking, and in reading, right? So when we are learning a new language, it is imperative that we do the same, because when we integrate these 4 skills, we not only become better students, but we become better communicators in the language we are learning. Next is communicative language teaching. So project-based learning emphasizes real-world challenges and collaboration. In communicative language teaching, learners use English to negotiate, discuss, and solve problems. Why does it work? CLT ensures that learners practice using English naturally and meaningfully, mirroring how they might communicate outside the classroom. And I said earlier that this is my favorite TESOL method because you might have heard fluency over accuracy in some of your classes. That is my motto when it comes to teaching English. I find so often that people get really caught up and frustrated about learning grammar skills. And while there's certainly importance to that, and there is a time and place for that, when you're learning a new language, you're not learning where to place a comma or how exactly to conjugate this verb necessarily. You're learning, how can I get my ideas across? How can I get into a taxi and tell the taxi driver where to get me? If I'm lost in a city, how can I find my way by speaking to the people around me? you know? And when you're in those situations, people don't care if you add an S to the verb. People just care that they're able to understand the general idea that you're trying to get across. So that is why I love communicative language teaching so much. And that's why it is so strongly emphasized in a project-based learning classroom, because we're learning language in a way that we are able to apply it outside the classroom. So next is project-based learning in TESOL classrooms continued. So with collaborative learning, this is especially used in project-based learning classrooms. Not all language classrooms have collaborative learning, but all project-based learning classrooms have project-based learning, if that makes sense. So understandably, most projects are group-based, and collaboration requires language for sharing ideas, dividing responsibilities, giving feedback, and resolving disagreements. And why does this work? Collaboration mirrors real-world teamwork, preparing students for future scenarios while offering continuous opportunities to practice skills. So this again is so fabulous because we're not only learning, you know, vocabulary. If the unit is on the environment or sports or travel, we're not only learning the vocabulary of suitcase, flights, itinerary. We are learning how to speak with our classmates and colleagues. And those are skills that are not always taught in curriculum. Those are skills that you develop through experience and practice. And that experience and practice happens when we use collaborative learning in groups in a project-based classroom. And then lastly, there is task-based language teaching, which almost is an inherent piece of a project-based learning classroom. So projects naturally break down into smaller tasks, right? And in this teaching method, language use is a tool. It is not the goal. So kind of similar to collaborative learning, our language learning takes us along the path rather than our language learning being the final goal and the end result. So why does this work? By focusing on tasks, learners are immersed in real-world contexts, which makes language acquisition meaningful and connected to practical use. So, like I said, what these 4 methods have in common is that they are all connected to practical use, and they are all connected to the real world and how we can use language outside of the classroom. But task-based language teaching in particular, I think, is a very good tool in these classrooms because, for example, you could have, you know, an activity in the classroom where students have to create a guide to a local cultural experience in their community. And you can divide this into 4 tasks, right? You can have them first research the events online with their computers, reading authentic materials like websites and blogs. The second task can be interviewing local people, right? Going out into the community, using our language acquisition and practicing our speaking skills. Task 3 can be drafting and editing the guide. So that is writing focused. And then task 4 can be presenting the guide to your peers, to your class. And that is where we practice the listening and the speaking. So like I said, these really all go hand in hand, right? You can't have task-based language teaching without an integrated skills approach. You can't have collaborative learning without communicative language teaching. You know, they all beautifully connect. and work together to promote really positive and good outcomes for our students in these classrooms. So now I have just one video I want to share that is a brief example of project-based learning in an English classroom. So let's see. Can everybody hear it or no? Let's see. Here. Good? Okay.
It's an ESL 3 class, but it's the theme was transitions and getting students ready to do projects and learn independently and become critical thinkers.
I'm Cheryl Stover. This is the ESL 3 class, and it's project-based. So the students have been learning by doing instead of just going through and doing grammar and things like that. They've been learning how to use computers to do research and practicing their English through presentations and group discussions. We've taken field trips and we've played with plants. We went and bought some plants. This is the first time. I'm usually a biology instructor. And I got asked to do this because I've done PBL, project-based or problem-based learning before, and taken classes on it at the U. It's really interesting. Rashmi has the basic study skills, and so a lot of mine I felt was like a support role, helping to find problems, projects that would be applicable. I love doing research, so getting online and finding the things that we need. And keeping my mind open and learning new things.
They were researching different programs on campus, and the outcome was for them to create a poster board based on the program that they were most interested in, and we invited a bunch of other classes to come, and they got a chance to do mini poster sessions with all of these other students that were also learning about the programs.
Perform tasks. This program is ideal for those individuals with no previous experience, like SL students.
My name is Dora Castillo, and I'm going to talk about medical assistant. Medical assistant is a very good program. I'm very glad that I take this class because I see a lot of progress on myself, and I'm very proud of myself.
Oh yeah.
When I projects together with my classmates, because we have the chance to talk and practice all the things that we are learning here. So that was a good part. Work together with my other classmates.
We visited Mara Farm. We volunteered there for a day, which was really fun. And we went to the Japanese garden and Kubota garden. So their final project is to do a computer presentation about something that they learned, either plants, health and nutrition, or one of the trips that we took. And then finally, we're inviting other classes again, and they're going to do their presentations on either PowerPoint or Prezi, which are two of the programs that we learned this week. So it's been really exciting. It's a small, tight group of people.
Having a good time. It was a good group. They worked well together, and I think we all learned a lot, me included.
Great. So exactly. I love those two examples. I especially loved them going out into the community to a farm and, building community as a class, and then coming back to the classroom and presenting what they learned. That is such a good approach to language learning. And same as the first one, right? Finding programs that they liked in their school, interviewing people, learning more, and then finding, or ending with a paper presentation. So there's so much you can do with a project-based learning approach in the classroom that really makes students excited to come to the classroom, right? There are just some more ideas off the top of my head. You can do like a pretend international food festival where people cook a traditional dish either from their home or a culture they're interested in, and they do their research. They can actually maybe cook the dish, come into the classroom with the dish, and then you have a sort of party in the classroom. But students can, write the ingredients list. So they're learning, I don't know, cooking vocabulary or food vocabulary, but there's such a fun and interesting twist, right? You're not just learning and memorizing spoon, flour, bowl, butter, right? You're actually participating in your learning process, which I just think is so awesome and so exciting and so beautiful. But that is the end of my presentation. I am excited to answer your questions if you have any. And here I have attached 2 links. The first link is americanenglish.state.gov, which has a lot of resources provided by the embassy. So there are pre-made presentations, there are games you can use. You don't have to do any work, they're already made. And then the second one is the US Embassy website that has a number of programs for Panamanians to go to the US, if that is something you are interested in. So I will mute myself.
So Quinn, thank you very much for taking the time and sharing with us this information and of course these resources. Part of today's presentation was basically about project-based instruction and of course edutainment. So we have the first question to you. Which of the 4 TESOL methods do you consider most important and why?
Fabulous question. Thank you. It's honestly difficult for me to pick just one. I would say those 4 that I listed are my 4 favorites. But I think of the 4, I have to say is communicative language teaching, because to me personally, that is what language acquisition is all about. And it can get so frustrating when you're trying to learn and you just get really stuck on the grammar and sentence structure and that sort of thing. And it can sometimes become discouraging when it's not clicking. But if you're in a classroom where the teacher is emphasizing just communication and speaking and getting your ideas across, I think that those classrooms create the healthiest and best environments for students and also promote their language acquisition the best, if that answers your question.
Thank you very much. So we have another question. It comes from Professor Carolina Perez. So she says, hello, Queen, good to see you here. From your experience, which would be the most useful speaking drills for students struggling at communicating in English?
Speaking drills?
Speaking
okay.
drills.
Okay. So I would say my favorite is debates. And I have spoken to some of my students about this because I have wanted to answer that question as well. But I think debates are especially powerful because if you pick the right topic, which is a topic hopefully students are very passionate about, they get into these heated, passionate arguments and they're less concerned with how they're saying something. They just are so excited and so passionate about their opinion that they just want to express it and get it out. So they spend less time focusing on, oh, am I saying this correctly? And more on just speaking and getting their ideas out. So I think passionate, divisive debates in the classroom are a really strong tool for speech specifically.
Thank you. We have another question from Marvin Guerra. What do you recommend me for feeling more confident when speaking English?
Okay, that's a great question. And I understand the struggle because I have been learning Spanish and I am very far from fluent. I am very far away from where I want to be. But something I especially tell my students is just don't think about it. Like, just try as hard as you can not to think about it. And one way that we can promote confidence in others is not correcting them right as they're speaking. That's something I have found a lot, is students will be speaking and sometimes teachers will interrupt them in the middle of what they're saying to correct a grammatical error. And what I see in this instance is that students are not thinking, okay, yes, I'll remember that. They're just embarrassed that they said something wrong. So they're not thinking about how they can improve. They're just thinking about how unintelligent they might sound. So, and they don't sound unintelligent because even as a native speaker, I make errors all the time. I have had students correct me regularly, and it is a little humbling, I will say, but it just goes to show, like, even native speakers make mistakes. So we can't hold ourselves to impossible standards. And we can't correct people right as they're speaking. It's better to wait and evaluate the environment and see if it is a space where it makes sense to correct somebody, if that makes sense.
Professor Ledesca Esquivel mentioned that when you gave the audience the Mentimeter activity, the word cloud, she wrote demanding. She believed that providing this type of activities demands a lot from both the teacher and students, as they are fundamental aspects to be considered when designing one of these activities.
Okay, yes. I was very interested by that word, demanding, because I agree. And I think something we can agree upon is that being a teacher is a demanding job. And a lot of times people do not think about that. They oftentimes take teachers for granted, or they assume that it is an easier profession, but it is not. It demands so much of us when it comes to lesson planning, when it comes to always being activated in the classroom and giving our students the best class they can have. It's a demanding job. But I actually think that when it comes to project-based learning, it almost allows teachers to take a step back, because if we use like the scaffolding, see, native speaker, I get tripped up on words. If we use the scaffolding approach in TESOL, we slowly start to take further steps away from our students and permit them to have more autonomy in the classroom. That's exactly what project-based learning is, because we set the ground rules, we make sure our students know what to do, but then we empower our students to take learning upon themselves and do the work themselves. We don't need to be holding their hand the whole time. We are empowering them and we are telling them, you are capable of doing this. You do not need me as much as you think you do. So while yes, it is, teaching in general is certainly demanding, and learning a new form of teaching also takes time and effort, I think that once the transition happens to project-based learning, it actually promotes a more free and flexible learning environment for everybody involved.
one last question. It comes from Nadjaline Fuentes. As a spokesperson for apprenticeship-based learning projects, what key message would you convey to students interested in pursuing this educational path through English?
Okay, let me see if I understand it properly. So, students in apprenticeship programs, so trying to become a certain job, is that what you're discussing?
I think that the question goes to that, like students considering being part of the educational field, I guess, like if they become teachers by using English.
Okay, how can they use project-based learning approaches or just advice in general? I'm sorry.
Yes, project-based instruction.
Okay. I think if you are somebody interested in the education field or you are starting to get into that world, I think that it is really important to read about different teaching approaches. So to educate yourself on content-based knowledge, on project-based learning. And like I said, I am more than happy to share one of my favorite academic papers on project-based learning. I think it's very important to educate ourselves on these philosophies in education because it allows us to be informed teachers. We're not just winging it, as we sometimes say. Like, we're not just going through the motions. We are creating a very informed approach to teaching, and therefore we are showing up as best as we can for our students. And we as teachers are also able to feel very confident in what we are doing in the classroom because it is backed by research. So especially when it comes to project-based learning, I think reading up on it, understanding it, deciding if it's something you want in your classroom, and then after you've done your homework and you know about it, executing it effectively in the classroom.
Thank you very much, Ms. Quick McKenna. It is glad to have you here. As you could see, students and teachers are really interested in connecting with you. So as a member of the English Teaching Assistant program of the Fulbright One, we really acknowledge and thank you for participating in this English annual convention. This is an activity that brings, people from all over the world for different programs, and the purpose is integrating students into these professional and academic activities. So before Ms. Queen McKenna leave, let's give her an avalanche of virtual applauses for her participation.
Thank you, guys.
And
it was such a pleasure.
I remind you guys, please do not forget to complete the Google form that I just shared through a link a couple of seconds ago. And it is time to provide some final remarks about the presentations of today. So determining the diffusion of education and entertainment is a powerful approach to making learning engaging, memorable, and accessible. It leverages storytelling, interactive media, games, and fun activities to teach concepts and inspire curiosity, transforming traditional education into more dynamic experience. On the other hand, as Ms. McKenna stated, project-based instruction is an innovative, learner-centered approach that emphasizes active engagement through real-world and meaningful projects. It allows students to develop critical skills such as collaboration, problem solving, and self-directed learning while fostering deep understanding of any subject matter. By contrasting these two, we finally remark on the following. Both provide real-world preparation and global reach. For instance, we persuade you guys as students and teachers to immerse themselves or yourself actually in these approaches as the benefits of language learning are guaranteed. With this, we say goodbye to all of you after completing all the speech presentation of this English Language Convention 2024. We hope you enjoyed all these speakers that were guests in this activity. Again, thank you from the coordination of the School of English at Universidad Tecnológica Técnica. We thank all the speakers and the overall audience presented in this activity. We hope to see you next year. And again, thank you to all of you. We hope you enjoyed this activity. Goodbye.